Good evening, everyone. Thank you. And thank you for being here, and thank you for those who are viewing remotely. I call to order this special meeting of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino at 5:35 p.m. We will have Pastor Dr. Joshua Beckley will lead tonight's invocation, and Councilmember Ibarra will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please approach to the podium. Thank you so much, Pastor Beckley. Please rise.
Let us bow and pray. Father, we thank you and praise you for the opportunity to be here this evening to conduct the business of our city. We pray for your intervention, your guidance, and your direction. Grant our mayor, our common council wisdom, and we pray tonight that the agenda item that we are here to discuss will be clearly understood and clearly received and most positively accepted. So we thank you now for this time. Bless this meeting, we pray, with your presence. It's in Jesus' name. And all of God's people said, amen. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Beckley. Thank you, Councilmember Ibarra. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez. Here. Councilmember Ibarra.
Here.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem. Here. Councilmember Reynoso.
Here.
Councilmember Calvin.
Present.
Councilmember Alexander.
Here.
Mayor Tran.
Here. Thank you. At this time, public comments will be heard. In-person speakers will be heard first, followed by remote speakers. To address the City Council, each individual must fill out a speaker slip. A speaker slip must be completed and turned into the City Clerk. Only those speaker cards turned into the City Clerk will be allowed to address the City Council. No late cards will be accepted. Each person should state their name for the record. Madam City Clerk, how many speakers do we have tonight?
12.
Thank you. Each 21. There are some coming to you right now, so there's 21 total. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Madam City Clerk, please call up the speakers.
Ricky Van Johnson, Jorge Gonzalez, Alex Dominguez, David Friedman, Ricardo Cisneros.
Good evening, Mayor and Common Council. Ricky Van Johnson, Ward 6. We are here tonight in support of the Strategic Initiative Plan. There are 3 groups of people that I would like you to consider. First, the people that crafted the plan. The city staff did a phenomenal job of bringing forward a plan to address the council's goals and priorities, which align with 4 key city targets that are highlighted in the agenda item. Thank you, staff. Secondly, the people who worked the plan. I applaud the employees in this city who have had to endure working under multiple city managers over the last decade with different leadership styles. It is not easy to have to continue to adjust to changing leadership. This plan will afford the city workforce a stabilized environment no matter who is in charge. Finally, the people will benefit from the plan. That's us, the residents of San Bernardino. There is a saying, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. This plan will move the residents from experiencing an uncertain future to moving forward together towards a known future. The decision, Mayor and Common Council, is very simple. Adopt this strategic initiative plan. You can always adjust within the plan moving forward. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Ricardo Cisneros. I'm here on behalf of the Inland Empire Labor Council. And Mayor and City Council, I'm here on behalf of the IEOC to support the city manager's proposed plan. Any thriving city has its own economic development department and the appropriate number of staff. We have to remember that these jobs, these city jobs, create pathways to the middle class. And we need to make sure that we continue investing in our own selves to continue to grow, especially here in the city of San Bernardino. Go to so many city council meetings that sometimes I get mixed up. But the main thing here is that as the Labor Council wants to collaborate with the city to help build it back up, right, and help build something better. And I believe, and we believe, that the proposed plan that you have in front of you right now is the pathway to get us going in the right direction. So again, on behalf of our 98 unions, 396,000 members in the Inland Empire, we definitely urge you to support that plan and move it forward. Let's go ahead and build back together and build back better, right? And the thing here is that to grow, we have to grow as a community, and we have to build these tables to bring everybody in together, not just have a few that come in and talk about what direction the city should go through. We got to bring in our community organizations. We got to bring in labor to be part of those conversations, so we make sure that all voices are covered, because the working class for far too long has been left out of the conversations. So again, I urge you to move forward with the plan, and let's make it happen and build back better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hi, my name is David Friedman. I'm with Realcore Real Estate Group. My father and I started investing in downtown about, well, him 30 years ago, but myself about 12 years ago. And we are in favor of the strategic initiative as it is. Charles has worked very hard on putting this together. He has done more in 6 months to get a good plan in front of you guys than any other city manager has done, and he deserves that applause, absolutely. I have other property owners that I brought with me. I have some of my tenants. Have you heard a landlord have a good relationship with a tenant? Well, I got them here. They're here. We're trying to build community, and we need this initiative. Councilmember Sanchez, Councilmember Alexander, we've been talking about the P-bid. It's part of this. We need this to go through. This is right up there with you guys passing the $2 million for IECE, which is also going to change downtown. So please approve this. Please make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Jorge Gonzalez. I'm owner of Nightskate, a small business right here in downtown that will be affected by the thing that David just talked about. So I want to go ahead and show my support, not only for David, but for the PBID. Would be great to have all those, a lot more services and a lot more attention in the downtown area. By the way, I want to say it is gotten better, so thank you, Hallen, for everything you've done. Nice to see you. But you guys, things are amazing, but it would be great for them to get even better. So that's it.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk?
Okay, next speakers are Jay, Dana Benjamin, Doris Fox Harris, Dr. Joshua Beckley, Makita Kumasi, and Treasurer Ortiz.
Please state your name.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jay, and I'm with Creative Grounds downtown. I'm in favor of number 4. As a leader of the community, leader of events, me personally, we just ask for more support downtown. We would like to have different events downtown, but you need more support for different things and whatnot. I'm just in favor of number 4. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hi, my name is Dana Benjamin. I'm a business owner here in San Bernardino, 4th Ward. I'm here to show my support for City Manager Charles McNeely's city plan because 1, The city of San Bernardino hasn't had a plan for over a decade. Number two, this is a plan to move San Bernardino forward. And we deserve a city council that hears us and acts in our best interest. We are challenging the city council to truly listen to the residents of San Bernardino and to vote to approve the city manager's proposed plan. We intend to hold our city council accountable for the progress of our city, and improving this plan is the first step toward moving the city forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Mark. I'm a business owner of the Barbers Club in downtown San Bernardino, and I'm in favor of agenda number 4. Just like Jay was just explaining, we do need more events, we do need more people, more traffic to generate more business as well, more foot traffic, safety, you know, and not only just for the San Bernardino locals, but also people who are moving from the outside areas and moving into our area. And, you know, just to show them that San Bernardino isn't what people put out there and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Greetings, good evening, everyone. My name is Makeda Kumasi. I am here on behalf of myself, my mother, Valerie Parker, a small business here in San Bernardino, We Three Productions, and a new arts project that was funded by the Creative Corps IE through the California Arts Council called Dancing with the Leaders of the Inland Empire. We are 100% in support of item number 4. We know that cultural development is strongly needed here in this city. We would like to see the Arts Council brought back and put into place for our city, as we have, as artists, have to reach outside and scramble to find ways to fund our activities that we need right here in this city. I'm also here on the behalf of the Acoma Center. They have welcomed me in their doors, and I have worked there at Ann Sherrill's Community Center, providing services through cultural arts, West African dance, and drumming. And I invite you to our program every first and third Saturday at the Soulful Saturday functions and events. I also invite you to become a part of Dancing with the Leaders of the Inland Empire. Unfortunately, I only had one of you guys' emails, but I have letters for everyone inviting you to be involved with this year-long project. Again, that's funded by the California Arts Council through the Creative Corps Inland Empire. And it just shows how the state of California also realizes that arts is an integral part of community engagement, social justice, and also civic duty. We need you to do your part, be a part of arts, be a part of the culture, and continue to support by confirming and improving this plan. We need a plan, and we need that plan to include cultural arts. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, could you provide those letters to the city clerk? Thank you so much. Please state your name.
My name is Doris Fox Harris, and it's good to see everybody here. I'm a resident of San Bernardino in the 7th Ward. I'm here to show my support for City Manager Charles McNeely, a city plan, because the city of San Bernardino hasn't had a plan for over a decade. We are challenging the City Council to truly listen to the residents of San Bernardino and vote to approve the city manager's proposed plan. We intend to hold our city council accountable for the process of our city, and approving this plan is the first step towards moving the city forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hello, Mayor, Common Council, Dr. Joshua Beckley, pastor of the Ecclesia Christian Fellowship Church in the 7th Ward here in the city of San Bernardino. Again, I add my voices to all the ones that have already spoken and will speak after in support of this strategic plan for our city. We've had an opportunity to review it. We think it's comprehensive. If there are improvements that need to be made, I'm sure you and your wise council can make whatever necessary improvements needed without necessarily having to reject it. One of the things I understand, Scripture tells us that in Proverbs, where the people have no vision, without a vision, the people perish. And for the last 10 years, our city has been in a state of perishing without a vision. We haven't had any direction, any clear, comprehensive way to go. Then the Scripture tells us if you write the vision and make it plain, they that read it can run with you. It creates unity. And so we have a concerted plan that we can follow. We as your residents and we as the people who elected you can support you and follow you and make this plan happen. We want our city to prosper. Charles has put together a plan that will cause our city to prosper in the next 5 years. If we just simply adopt it and accept it, we can move forward. You will gain much confidence from the residents when you adopt this plan, and you'll gain much support from the residents as we see our city prosper. So I'm in support of this plan, and I encourage you, along with these residents, to adopt this plan tonight.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Treasurer Ortiz. Council, I really appreciate the hard work that you all have put in to creating this plan over your last 4 workshops. What this city has lacked for so many years is stability. And what item 4 does is create stability for us. And in this time and what you're looking for, while you're looking to redevelop the downtown, while you're looking for this community, don't forget that there is a general plan that we need in place to make sure that the zoning is consistent with your strategic view for the next 15 to 25 years. And they have to coincide with each other, along with the housing element. Everything works in conjunction. There is nothing that can stand independent of everything else. And I want you to make sure that we look at the finances. Tonight, you were looking proposals. We are looking at a very top-heavy proposals, directors, assistant managers. You said it in your brief that we lack basic employees, the employees that take care of the day-to-day services. Not once is code enforcement mentioned. You have 19 officers when we used to have 45. If it's a highly competitive position, why are you not increasing salaries and making it competitive? Why are you looking for a split in economic development? Show results before you start looking for a large staff. We can't afford a $500,000 director when you can't afford to pave the streets. It's not logical. I also want to make sure that you understand in your development of bringing new economics here that you are making sure that a community benefits agreement is included in every single discussion that we have coming forth. Because if the community doesn't benefit, then it's the same old with a nice new shiny badge on top of it. It is so important what you guys are doing tonight. And I appreciate all of your hard work. Please continue to do what's great for us, but always be mindful. As Fred likes to say, a penny wise, but a pound foolish. We have to make sure that we can carry this for as long term as possible. And tonight you're going to do this with this strategic plan so we don't get in front of ourselves and in our own way ever again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speakers are Dolores Armstead, Krista McFowle, Ed Fisher, Pastor Samuel Casey, and Owen Duckworth.
Good evening. My name is Dolores Armstead. First, I want to definitely approve the city manager's plan for the city. I'm here to show my support for the city manager McNeely's city plan. We need it. It is past due. So please, please pass it. But I'm also concerned about item 3. Mayor is going to appoint an ad hoc committee for the downtown economic development advisory ad hoc committee of 3 of you up there. Please, Mayor, be aware of who you put on that ad hoc committee. You have definitely one person up there, Mr. Sanchez, that should not be on the committee because he's been a proven problem on the previous ad hoc committee, right? So, and he's been a problem throughout. He's looking for himself. On the previous committee, he was working with other developers, and he knew the SLA agreement violated the law, and he refused to inform anyone. They did not pay to play. Obviously, he has his own agenda in the downtown revitalization plan. He doesn't care about the betterment of this city. You can be sure he will be making sure his cronies get those lucrative contracts. We need to be aware. So, Mayor, please be aware of who you put on that ad hoc committee. We are the voters. We are watching. We do care. And we are tired of people that continue to want to take this city down. We can't go down any further. We can only go up unless you make a way for us to keep going down. Thank you, Mayor. Consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hi, my name is Krista McPhail. I own IE Loves Yoga in downtown San Bernardino, part of this crew here. And just here to highly support this initiative. The changes that we've seen so far and the work that you all have done have made extraordinary changes within our business, just as far as safety and being able to come to work and not have to kind of fend off a few things that, you know, sometimes you don't want to when you go to work. Yeah. However, with that being said, the one question that I always did ask all of the artists locally, because we all work together, with art comes yoga, and when you open the mind, and then there comes music. So they all go hand in hand with this. So for me, I was always curious with both musical artists, and portrait, or whatever the art might be, is what is our biggest lack? What are we lacking the most? And it's support from our community. You see banners in Redlands, you see banners in Riverside, you see banners as many places as you possibly can, showing everyone what's going to be happening in the next 2 months up. Here, we don't have that. And a little bit more of awareness on the street side would be fabulous, just so that we could all just start sharing where we are at. All of us here in this room could benefit from each one of our own businesses. And we do, most of us do. So we just like to keep that going, and I want to say how very appreciative I am. I know the mall was the big first step, and that meant the world to me. So thank you all for working so hard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and city leaders. My name is Edward Fischel. My wife and I own a mom-and-pop boutique probate litigation law firm in the Breezeway between D&E Streets and Court and 4th Street. And kind of my claim to fame is I'm across the Breezeway from David, and there's Viva La Boba shop, and the last speaker, the energetic yoga shop. But I have a personal experience. I'm kind of lived a little bit now. I went to UC Riverside in the war zone between 81 and 83 and watched it and the Mission Inn district rise out of kind of ashes to be a thriving festival of lights and real desirable location to take families and to come to. They're even advertised on trains and buses and all over Southern California as a place to come, like it's Disneyland. And it was I swear it was a war zone. It was as bad, if not worse. than some of the worst parts of downtown San Bernardino. The next place I want to talk about is the Pasadena Playhouse District. That playhouse was closed for 20 years, and I worked for an investment company that helped get $4 million to revive it and reopen it. And my God, the Pasadena, Old Town Pasadena, is also landlocked like we are, and they have access to mountains and hiking and so forth like we do. But I've also watched it go from squalor in after '86 to a kind of a renaissance. I worked in downtown LA between '92 and '94. You go to lunch and you walk over, you step over homeless people, worse than it is here. And now LA Live and the Crypto.com arena and some of these areas are magical. There's a common denominator, and that's what I'm going to close with. I'm all in favor of Agenda Item 4, specifically Agenda Item 4 includes P-bids, because that is the difference between squalor and pride in a community of businesses like we have in our breezeway. You can see it in a seed right now. I've been there 12 years. It's not been better than it is now, and it keeps improving. And thank God for the new mayor and the new life on the panel here. But please
Thank you.
approve Agenda Item 4,
Thank you.
specifically P-bids.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good afternoon. I'm Owen Duckworth from Inland Empire Rebound. We run a small reentry service program based around formerly incarcerated individuals. I am 100% on board with item number 4, and I think Charles is doing a fantastic job. If you just look at the vision that he has, if you think you brought him back for a reason, Charles could be somewhere retired. He have enough love and support that he want to come back and help us. So let's adopt the plan and let's move it forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
My name is Alan Stanley, and my family and I own and operate the Enterprise Building in downtown San Bernardino. I want to first address the people here. Thank you guys for caring. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for having something to say about your community. Your power is your vote. Your vote is your voice. These people are here because you voted for them. Make sure you show up. Make sure like-minded people show up. This town has a terrible voter turnout. You can fix that. Your vote is your voice. Speak up. Vote. Same thing applies to you guys. You guys get to actually vote on stuff, including who's your CEO, your manager that runs your city. You get to vote on these agenda items. I don't live here. I operate a business here, multi-million-dollar business here. I'm not from here, but I've brought hundreds of jobs here. I've brought hundreds of businesses to downtown San Bernardino. More than 50,000 people from out of town have I brought to San Bernardino. For what? Why? San Bernardino does not have a bad downtown. You have a great downtown. I've been to San Diego, Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York. I've seen downtowns. I've seen bad downtowns. I've worked in downtowns. I've worked with the cities. I've worked with the governments. I've worked with the people. You guys have an amazing place. Amen. Vote for what you want. Stand up. You have the right. You have the power. Exercise it. That's my advice to you. My advice to the city council, you guys are competing. Who's watching? Not just San Bernardino, all the people like me.
We're making a decision every day. Why bother with San Bernardino if the city is not going to stand up and fight with us? You guys are the ones that decide. You make those decisions. When I walk down the street and I see half the street covered in gum, half the street clean, somebody made that decision. When I walk in our parking structure that I brought 50,000 people to from outside of San Bernardino, and every one of them walks away having stepped in urine and feces, and some of those have been there for 5 years. The city can't clean up its own parking structure, can't get its own house in order. What is it doing? Getting more money to spend on other things. Put your own house in order first.
Thank you.
Put your money into people.
Thank you. I have the names here. Do you want to
Jesse Parks. The next speakers are Jesse Parks, Nathaniel Newman, Miguel Pulido, Miriam Nieto, Al Palazzo, and Lydia Bomar.
Okay, and we do also have Pastor Samuel Casey. He's on the list.
Good evening, Mayor and esteemed City Council. I'm here to lend our support for the plan that the city manager has put forth. I'm the Executive Director of Congregations Organized for Prophetic Engagement, as well as the first Vice President of the Inland Empire Concerned African American Churches, and we also are a partner of Just San Bernardino. Although I do not pastor a church in this city, I pastor in Fontana, California, where a number of my constituents and/or disciples at New Life Christian Church live in the city of San Bernardino. And I come to stand and support them and their children who live in this city, asking and really demanding that you support the plan that Mr. McNeely has put forth. Dr. King said, a threat to justice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And if you do not adopt this plan, remember, elections are coming up. We will do, although we can't support candidates, but we will strongly encourage those in your wards that you misrepresented them and did not decide to help revitalize this community that you claim that you love. And we are an organization of organizations that believe that we must revitalize and transform the communities where we live, work, and worship. And that's why we're here tonight. God bless you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Jesse Parks. I'm a resident of San Bernardino in the 3rd Ward. I'm here to show my support for the City Manager Charles McNeely's city plan because we deserve a city council that hears us and acts in our best interests. We are challenging the City Council to truly listen to the residents of San Bernardino and vote to approve the City Manager's proposed plan. We intend to hold our City Council accountable for the progress of our city, and approving this plan is the first step toward moving the city forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
To the Mayor and the Common Council, I am Nathaniel Newman Jr. I am the Executive Pastor of Temple Missionary Baptist Church, where Dr. Raymond Turner is my senior pastor. I come to lend my voice in support of this initiative. Why that is so significant is because I've never stood up for San Bernardino. I've never lent my voice in support of anything that San Bernardino wanted to do until I read this initiative. I urge you, and I strongly urge you to get behind Mr. McNeely's plan. I believe it's going to move this city forward. I have raised 6 children in this city. I have 9 grandchildren that I want to raise in this city. And my wife asked me, why come every time we do something, we always got to go outside our city to do it? I'm tired of going outside of my city to do it. Help us beautify this city so I can spend my money here.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Lydia Bomar. I am a property manager for Core Real Estate Group. Oh, can you hear me a little better? Okay. Hi, I'm Lydia Bomar. I'm a property manager for Realicor Real Estate Group. I'm also a small business owner here in the city. I have lived here my entire life, and we are voting in favor of Subject 4. I desperately want to see a difference, not only for me, but for the future generations to come. Also in favor of PBID, that will do wonderful, not only for me, but for my tenants and for our whole entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hi, my name is Miriam Nieto. Hello, City Council and Mayor. I am a resident here of the 7th Ward, but my mom lives in the 6th Ward. I am also the co-director of Just San Bernardino. And I'm here today, as all the community has been saying, please support item 4. Please support the strategic plan that our city manager, McNeely, pushed forward. And I think that also I want you to consider how much support there is right now from the community. You have businesses, you have nonprofit organizations, you have faith-led organizations, you have arts involved, you have just residents who are all part of this and are telling you, are asking you to please support this. This is how important this plan is, and this is how impactful it has been. We have not seen this kind of stability since, I can say, personally, since 2007, since I've lived here. And just now, we are seeing some light, right? There is that light at the end of the tunnel, and we appreciate that. You guys have worked on it. You know, the city manager has worked on it. Just enact it. Make it happen, please. And as some of the organizations, and just as we may be nonprofit organizations and can't necessarily lobby for, you know, for candidates, there are, you know, some organizations within our Justice Be Collaborative, like the Eiley Labor Council, that can make sure that some of those seats, you know, are looked at more thoroughly. So thank you again, and, you know, please support item number 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
My name is Alfred Palazzo. I first want to thank all of you that are here. I support all of you. This really, for 50 years, I've had a dream to rebuild the city. Mr. McNeely, I support your plan, even though I haven't read it. I have a plan to rebuild 1,000 square blocks in San Bernardino. I can tell you how it will be paid. It's from Waterman to Mount Vernon, from Highland Avenue to Mill Street, bringing back all 6 main commercial streets, including our downtown. I didn't prepare anything, and this is not enough time to share the 1,000 ideas I have. All I want, I'm not looking for a city job, I'm retired. I just want to have a seat at the table to put all my ideas out there. So, Mr. McNeely, I will not contradict your ideas. I will just add to them. I start with affordable housing. That's the foundation. I'm fighting for social justice, economic development, jobs for our young people. You're going to think I'm a kook, but I don't see San Bernardino the way it is. I see what it can be. I literally get up in the middle of the night with an idea. I'm dreaming on how to rebuild this city. I've been doing this for 50 years. It took me 10 years to figure out every aspect of this plan. My coworker who grew up in San Bernardino, was my age, said, Al, good idea, but how are you going to pay for this? And I said, I'll get back to you. But eventually, the foco went on, the light bulb. And I want to thank 2 council members for taking my vision tour. You know that I show you what other cities have been doing. I show you concepts, and I tell you how we can transfer those ideas to San Bernardino. I don't have a lot of time, but I simply will say, if I'm not given a seat at the table, I think I'm going to die of a broken heart. I really am. Because everybody has a dream. And I got a scholarship, the highest scholarship in my high school, a Regent Scholarship. There were only 100 in the state of California among all the UC campuses. I said to the Vice Chancellor, why me? And they said, your teachers think you're going to give back to your community.
Thank you.
I have had a good life.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Okay, last call for Miguel Pulido.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I want to speak to you today in support of much of the work that your city manager has been doing, in particular issues with the homeless. And as I see the fact that he's leaving and he's leaving on such a high, that's the right way to go out, I believe, with strong support from the community that he and you so much love. I just want you to know that I've been reaching out and working with some of you, and I'm working with Illumination Foundation. And the homeless, as you try to put plans together, the homeless is always an issue. And dealing with that effectively makes a big difference. I would invite you to come, and I know some of you have, and visit and see what we've been able to do in the city that I come from, in Santa Ana, and dealing with the homeless. And tell you that right now this is very preliminary, but we found a property at 575, a baseline, which is in Councilmember Sanchez's district. There's also another one at 145 Hillcrest, which is in Councilmember Figueroa's district. And there are others, but those two right now we think show promise. So as you step forward into the future and look for options, we just want to volunteer as an organization that's done work in this arena to work with your staff, to work with the community, to work with the city council to try to address this very important issue. The homeless is multifaceted. It's so complicated. It's one word, but it's not one thing. But if it's not addressed holistically, it just will eat you up alive. So thank you for your time, and anything we can do to help, we'd love to help. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, are there any speakers remotely or
No, we do not have any. And then we did receive written communications from Mr. Hardy Brown, Tansu Phillip, and Griselda Teppertune, all in favor of item 4, the strategic initiatives.
Thank you. Moving on to the consent calendar. Do any members of the council wish to discuss this item or have any comments? It's number 1, agreement with the Southern California Edison for Charge Ready program. Mayor Pro Tem Charette.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I'd like to remind everybody why we're here tonight. We continued the item number 4, which is the one that we're really primarily interested in discussing tonight. It has a lot of things to discuss about it. The other 3 items, 1, 2, and 3, albeit are probably worthy of discussion, but I don't think that it's really critical that they be discussed tonight. And I would like to move that they be continued to the first meeting in November when we have our new city manager in place, and that we go ahead and discuss in depth item number 4.
Thank you. I would like to have staff weigh in.
So I would recommend that we move forward and consider item number 1, agreement with Southern California Edison for the Charge Ready program. We are up against a deadline.
If that's the only one and it's just a consent item and it's very quickly, I have moved to approve that one and stick by my motion to continue the other 2 items. Yeah, and again, my colleague asked a good question. Why are we dealing with it tonight if we're up against a deadline? Why haven't we dealt with it sooner? That seems to be kind of typical of us, doing a lot of stuff at the last minute, and a lot of this stuff was last minute stuff.
So I would like to respond to that. A couple weeks ago, after we had posted the agenda for the first meeting this month, I did receive communication from Southern California Edison that alerted me to the deadline, and that's why the determination was made to add it to this agenda.
I understand that, that's fine, but they alerted us to a deadline that we probably knew we had and didn't deal with it earlier. So I'll move to approve the item number 1 and get it moving.
Yeah, the program was launched summer of 2021, so we knew a timetable, I think.
So let's call for the votes for just number 1, the consent item.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Can you repeat the motion, please?
to approve item 1.
I thought the
Yes.
motion was to approve item 1 and continue 2 and 3, but I could have been mistaken.
Yeah,
Just change it, okay. Sorry.
it was changed?
To approve the consent calendar.
Yes, just approve this consent calendar, then we can move on to.
Move
Councilmember Figueroa, did you have a question?
Just a question. So had we not called for a special meeting tonight, what would have happened then?
If we had not called for the special meeting, these items would have been assigned whenever we brought the item 4. It would have come with that.
For the
No.
Edison specifically?
Well, this, as you explained on this item, we got the notice on that. We decided we would put it on because it needed to be moved on. It's pure and simple. Yeah. Well, this item number 1 needed to move. I mean, if you want to move item 2 and 3, that's your prerogative. The reason why they were put on is all of this relates to item number 4. It's all economic development. It's part of the strategic initiative.
So right now, we'll start with the consent item of number 1 with the Edison because of the deadline. Councilmember Sanchez?
I want to finish, and then I'd like to opine on this, because, our consternation here is not that we don't want these charging stations, it's just that we don't want to set a bad precedent. So I think per the government code, we're not allowed to approve contracts in special meetings. They have to be done at regular meetings, because people know to show up at 7 o'clock here at the Feldheim Library, first and third Wednesday of the month. And I know this isn't approving a contract, but the reason, the spirit of the law is so that people are given fair notice of the business being conducted by the city. And so, again, if we're up against a deadline, I'm ready to approve this, but I'm very worried that we're going to set a precedent, or we start approving a lot of things like this in a special meeting, because when the council authorized this special meeting, it was for one item and one item alone. And that was the special, that was the economic initiatives.
Correct. That is correct. But we consulted with the city attorney. There was not an issue that I understand. Maybe
And I have to
someone wants
emphasize,
to.
even though it's not illegal, maybe it's something we shouldn't be doing. These things should be brought back at a regularly scheduled meeting. And so, I mean, at first.
That's a difference of policy. I'm simply saying, your statement was that it was inappropriate, and I'm understanding from that illegal. We checked with legal, they were okay, they signed off on bringing it here tonight.
Yeah.
So if your vote is to continue it, that's fine. That's a policy call you get to make.
So when's the deadline? Can you, I mean, there's a deadline, so what's the date?
It's on.
We have to turn off one of these mics because they're,
Can you, there you go, perfect. Thank you about that. September 15th.
So this can be brought back at the first meeting in, September 15th?
No, September 15th is in 2 days.
Oh, in 3 days?
3 days.
Oh, sorry. All right.
Recognizing that we are pushed up to the deadline, let's go ahead and call for the votes for consent item for the Edison charging station, please. Unless if there's any other questions? No? Okay.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Figueroa voting in opposition.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
And yes, through the chair, and they say, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but in this case, I'm going to beat a dead horse. This item that we just approved was not going to be done unless we had happened to have called this special meeting, or we would have had to call a special meeting for that.
Councilmember Charette, if I may, Staff did intend on coordinating a special meeting and polling everyone for quorum, but given your direction to have the special meeting anyway to address the strategic
I
initiatives.
get that. My point is, we were behind the gun, we didn't make the deadline, and we would have had, if we hadn't happened to have a special meeting for item number 4, we would have been having a special item, a special meeting for that item, number 2.
Yes, that's
period.
correct.
We would have had to call a special meeting, whether it's this one or another one.
I just said that.
Right.
Thank you very
Well,
much.
I'm just saying to you, you're saying, why have it on this agenda? And I'm saying, we would have had to call it one way or the other. So you either deal with it tonight or you don't deal with it.
Mr. McNeely, my point is, we should have dealt with it a long time ago. We shouldn't have been put in the position of having to call a special meeting. And we would have missed it had we not happened to have had this one, and/or had Edison not called us and said, you people need to realize there's a deadline coming. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying we were asleep at the switch. We wouldn't have had to call a special meeting, or we would have missed the deadline. That's all.
Thank you, Mayor
I don't
Pro
think,
Tem.
you know, I said we don't want to beat a dead horse. I don't think we've just approved it, so let's move on.
Thank you.
No, I understand you not want to beat a dead horse, but I don't want misinformation going out that's incorrect, Councilman.
Director Hernandez?
If I can, so you're right in the fact that we were up against the deadline, which is why we mobilized for this special meeting or another special meeting. But we were communicating with SCE regarding this and what options we had before we called a special meeting. So if we weren't going to hit the 15th deadline, we would have had to just reapply and we would have gone through the process. So this gets us under the current agreement that was proposed, which Edison provided the presentation previously. We did have a presentation from SCE representatives that talked about the Charge Ready program, but if we would have missed this deadline, we would have just had to reapply. We're at the point where you know, we passed the Clean Fleet Initiative. We're procuring additional vehicles, but we obviously need the charge infrastructure to be able to take on city fleet vehicles that have the charging capability.
I get all of that. And no one is acknowledging, why don't we just own up to it? We were late. Why weren't we just own up to it and say the deadline was coming, we were
Mayor Pro
not
Tem.
on it, we were not on it,
Let's
and
move
we
on
had
to
and we
the
had
next
to
item.
do something. That's all. Just
Okay, thank
acknowledge
you.
that we were asleep at the switch.
Thank you. All right. Did you have anything to say, or did you want to clarify? No, you're good? Okay. All right, moving on.
My
Item-
motion stands to continue the other two
So
items.
discussion items number 2, discussion of debt issuance options for the city of San Bernardino. Can we begin with the staff's presentation?
Mayor, excuse me, I moved that we continue item number 2 and number 3 to the first meeting in November when we have our new city manager on. These are not items that have to be dealt with tonight. They may be related to the conversation of item number 4, but these were added late. They were added as the end. We originally scheduled this meeting to discuss item number 4, and I think that's what we should be doing tonight. That's all my motion is to continue those 2 items. I'm not saying I'm against them, for them, or anything. I'm just saying they should be continued.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, let me respond to that. If you recall, when we had the all-day workshop on June 30th, the finance director presented a presentation to you regarding our finances. Along with that occasion, as well as I think the CIP, this was brought forward to the city council as part of the strategic priorities. It did not get included in the packet that went out, so that's why it's included. But this was part and parcel of that initial discussion about the strategic initiatives in terms of how we can generate additional revenue that we can speed up the process for doing our infrastructure, our streets, our sidewalks. That was part of it. And some of you council members may remember that discussion.
I remember it.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes, we had that conversation, and so there's 2 kind of competing things here, because I saw this, and we've started talking about this a while ago. The issue I have here is that for item 4, we're looking at adding, in operating costs alone, an additional $6 million, I think it is for this fiscal year. And the next fiscal year, if we were to implement the full plan that's being proposed under this, we're looking at nearly $12 million in operating costs added on top of our current operating costs. So it's almost one of those things as we can go ahead and take on this debt, but in order to pay and pay this debt, these debt payments every year, I think it'd be important for us to know whether we're going to spend this additional $12 million in operating costs every year, along with the fact that this is part of a wider conversation that should be happening at a regularly scheduled meeting. So again, the council had approved and had requested a special meeting on item number 4, but none of these other ones. And so I'd like for us to kind of really focus on this, see if we're going to spend the $6 additional million in operating costs, and I think it's an additional $2 or $4 million in one-time costs. And then the following year, if the council has appetite to spend that $12 million in additional operating costs. So I'd like for us to have that discussion before we start talking about these bonds.
Thank you, Councilmember. I just want to say a few things before we start taking action on things. Because my understanding, and City Manager, if you could just reiterate, all of these are interconnected. They are all connected. And so if we want, we could allow the staff to present, and then we can just take action on each of these items or table them, or, I mean, it's just, they work so hard. The staff put together all of these.
Then I will second Councilmember Charrette's motion, because if they were interconnected with item number 4, then they would have been in the previous meeting. So if they are interconnected, then they should have been included at the previous council meeting. So that tells me that they're not interconnected, because what we asked was for item number 4 to be heard tonight. That was continued. None of these other ones were included on that agenda. And so we should be focusing on number 4. That's what everybody is here for tonight.
Right.
Go ahead.
No, you are correct. This was not part of the item that came before you last week on the agenda. That part is correct. However, it was part of the previous discussion at the all-day workshop. We simply inadvertently did not include it. We've had the discussion with you about the issuance of debt. It's not new, and it was part of the overall package of implementing the strategic plan, specifically as it relates to our CIP projects. So it was there. So if you choose not to do that, that's fine. But this is a crucial piece of moving forward with the infrastructure item. And I would like to, if you don't mind, have Barbara, our finance director.
I have a comment before we.
Councilmember Ibarra.
Mr. City Manager and staff, I know, and we heard some speakers already speaking on it, our streets are in desperate repair need. And we had several streets that we were advised by staff to reject the bids because we were overpriced. That's the same amount of money that we are talking about spending right now. So instead of tell the public, if you want to tell the public, instead of fixing our streets, we're going to pay for a plan for more staffing that may or may not address the infrastructure issues that we're having. Because I did ask for, example, Daniel, for an update on those RFPs to rebid for the infrastructure repairs. There's 12 or 21 streets that we had to reject fixing because there was no funding.
Councilmember Ibarra, Madam
I
City
just want to
Attorney.
remind the council that you have a motion on the table that's very specific. And the motion is, are you going to continue these items or not? You had staff input suggesting that you not continue it. The item that Councilmember Ibarra, respectfully, that you're speaking
We
to is
mentioned
number
it in
4.
June also at the workshop.
Right. So I
and that
think you
hasn't
should
come before
focus on
us.
the issue. You have a motion on the table. I would recommend that you take action on that motion.
There's a motion and a second. Please call for the votes. So the motion is Mayor Pro Tem Charette, seconded by Councilmember Figueroa. And Madam City Clerk, can you repeat the motion?
To continue item 2 and 3 to the first meeting in November. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Reynoso?
No.
Councilmember Calvin?
No.
Councilmember Alexander?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes 4-3 with Councilmember.
Can I veto this?
Question of the city, that's a procedural thing.
Yeah. It is.
Madam
I
City
think City Attorney
Attorney?
Alexander is saying that you can, but I do have a different opinion on whether the mayor can veto a procedural vote, and I have been consistent on that. You may recall that we once had this come before the council. Vetoes go to legislative actions and actions with respect to contracts. I know that there are people that may differ and have different opinions. I did not mean that disrespectfully, but I have done extensive research on the issue of whether a mayor can veto a procedural action. I know that my opinion, I acknowledge that my opinion even differs from your former city attorney, but my opinion is one that I've researched before thoroughly. So if you wish to override that, I understand that, but what the mayor is here to do is to veto actions of the council, and this was a procedural motion. That's all I can tell you. That was.
Thank you. All right. So items 2, 3, and 2 and 3 will be moved to the next meeting.
Again, if I might, Mayor,
Yes, please.
Madam Mayor, and I wanted to respond to Councilwoman Ibarra so that there's some clarification. The money that was previously allocated for the streets, that is not being impacted by this. What is being impacted is the ability, and Barbara can go into much more in depth than I can, moving forward with the issuance of the debt provides a lot more money. It adds to what you've already approved, and it allows us to do those streets much faster, along with the other projects, the bridges and roads, sidewalks, all of that allows us with this new money, potential new money.
And how fast is that money coming in? Because we have the Cross Street Bridge
Well,
that
you wanna-
is still inoperable right now. I mean, these are specific questions that we have in the city of things, what we want to do.
I'm sorry, this item is not on the agenda now,
No,
so I
Yeah.
can't.
Mayor and council, I want to also remind you of something.
No,
This
I
is a
understand,
special
but I
meeting,
want to
no. But
address
this
the
is a special
concerns from our
meeting under the
community.
Brown Act. This is a special meeting under the Brown Act. You gave your community notice at last Wednesday's meeting that you would be discussing strategic item number 4, and we've had no discussion on that item. Under a special meeting, we cannot add items, we cannot expand. Normally, in a regular meeting, we have a little more leeway to talk about items, but under a special meeting, because there's such short notice to your community, you have to be very strict. So I understand you might want to have more of a free-willing conversation, but you told your constituents Wednesday, what you were going to speak about this Tuesday and on the item. So I'm respectful of that, but we need to be respectful of our constituents who came here this evening.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item number 4. And this is the strategic initiatives. Can we begin with the staff's presentation? Yes. Thank you. Okay, turn on your mic. Thank you, Charles.
That would help. Thank you. Good evening, mayors and members of the council. This evening you have before you staff recommendations to approve a number of strategic initiatives relating to the implementation of the mayor-council priorities. These initiatives are the product of the council retreat that was held on May the 11th and 12th of this year. At that meeting, you approved a number of key priorities and directed staff to develop a proposed plan of implementation. At an all-day council workshop on June 30th, staff returned back to council to present its proposed comprehensive plan to implement those council priorities. Our proposal to council, titled Strategic Initiatives, presents not only what we believe to be an extremely effective and comprehensive action plan to implement council's priorities, but aligns those priorities with the necessary resources and investments that will be required to be successful. The recommendations being presented to you tonight are the results of a team effort by employees across the organization. Tonight, staff will recap the information provided to you and the community at the June 30th workshop and walk you through the recommendations contained in that report for your consideration.
Okay, good evening, Madam Mayor, distinguished members of the City Council. So I will be providing the overview. As City Manager McNeely indicated, we will kick off the overview with a recap of the June 30th workshop to provide the mayor and council and the community context for the discussion this evening. Additionally, we heard, and our takeaways were two main questions that staff needed to go dig into the details, get to work to address two major questions, which one was the fiscal sustainability of the strategic initiatives that were discussed during the June 30th workshop. And also there was a question about, is there an opportunity to take a look at position control, which is merely an internal document that outlines the number of full-time positions as compared to vacancies, and to determine if there was an opportunity to reprogram some of those positions to support the strategic initiatives in part. And so what we've prepared for you this evening is an analysis and a response to those two overarching questions. And to that end, we have the economic forecast, an analysis of position control, which will address our ability to recruit and retain. That's employees. That's how we would identify if there are any positions that are subject to reprogramming, if you will, to support some of these initiatives. We also took a look at how our growth in population and employees as well has kept over time its growth compared to other cities in the region. And we also identified, some of the elements of why would our recruitment and retention numbers be out of alignment with what would be considered industry standard. And so at the end of the evening, what we prepared is a bottom line. Essentially, our Director of Finance will go through each of the initiatives that were presented on June 30th that will be recapped by staff. And the data is organized by theme as it was presented. Quality of life, one-stop shop, infrastructure master planning, and so on. And additionally, what staff did is we created 3 buckets for your consideration. One bucket, simply put, costs money, right? Any type of budget amendment that would be required, that's your bucket number 1. Bucket number 2 contains strategic initiatives that if you give staff direction, staff would prioritize as part of the biennial budget process and incorporate those into our proposals for future budgets and bring that forward as a council priority. And then finally, the third bucket is any item where you would direct staff to bring back any strategic initiatives. So while it would allocate resources from staff time, it doesn't necessarily present a cost to you at this time. And so with that, we're going to kick off the recaps for June 30th with Chief Goodman providing his recap.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Council, our wonderful community. Over a year ago, when we started addressing violent crime in this community, we realized that we had a long way to go. But I'm proud to say that in that amount of time, we've made some significant progress in reducing homicides and other violent crimes. As I stand here before you today, I can proudly say that San Bernardino is no longer the most dangerous city in the state. Yet very few people would actually feel that way when they drive around and look at our community. And the reason for that is that our quality of life crimes still plague our city. These are your typical low-level crimes, usually characterized as nonviolent, and they go unaddressed because our staffing is short right now, and we don't have the resources to address these on a regular basis because my staff is more committed to those critical issues like violent crime. Quality of life crimes present the appearance of disorder, they lead to social decay, and they threaten the successful revitalization of our city. On April 18th of this year, I directed resources to focus on efforts to improve the quality of life, specifically in the downtown area, and this was at the direction of City Manager Charles McNeely. And through this pilot program that we called Operation Restore Hope, we made significant progress, and I'll give you a few data points that we have to date. So far, we've had 28 felony arrests, 256 misdemeanor arrests, and over 200 citations issued. officers have offered services to those unhoused individuals 1,400 times and provided referral services more than 1,100 times. And despite the proven success of this pilot program, it's not sustainable unless we have dedicated full-time resources. Now, the reason I say that is because I'm pulling resources from each district to accomplish this team that we have out there temporarily. And as we do that, we're taking away resources from the other districts and constituents who need those officers in that area. So our ask is that we dedicate a full-time team to this full-time problem. We can't take care of a full-time problem only addressing it temporarily. So the proposal is to create a multidisciplinary team that will include 6 officers, 1 corporal, and 1 sergeant. It will also be partnered with a behavioral health specialist that will assist us in addressing those people who have those needs. We will also have a homeless outreach worker that will be partnered with the team. And this composition is consistent with what's happening throughout the nation and with every police department that's addressing the same issues as we are. This dedicated team will allow us to proactively address quality of life crimes with compassion, common sense, and accountability. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. On September 26th of this year, we will reach the 1-year anniversary of the Operations and Maintenance Division of Public Works inheriting the homeless cleanup efforts in the city. And I can tell you right now that we will be hitting approximately 3,500 encampments that have been cleared during that time frame. That number far exceeds what our expectations were going to be regarding this particular effort. But I can share some good news with you, and I think many here will acknowledge that we have been able to clean up several of the parks in this community, specifically Paris Hill Park and Meadowbrook Park, and now Wildwood. While we still have some challenges in those parks are in far much better condition that they have been in the past. So I wanted to provide a little bit of an update on the continuing efforts that we have at those specific parks. Regarding Paris Hill, you are probably noticing that the grass is starting to turn green again, and that is because we have finally been able to replace the pumps, which helps our irrigation system. To give you an idea of what has happened in the past, those pumps and the irrigation were constantly being vandalized, but we now have a much better system in place, and we're hopeful that it will continue. Likewise, if you've been to Wildwood, specifically in the dog park area, you'll also notice that there have been some beautification efforts, and the grass is also getting green at that specific park. So I wanted to highlight that. I know that at the workshop, we talked about some of the initiatives that we were going to be having at Paris Hill. Some of those are still underway, but I wanted to start by basically letting council and everybody know that all of the hazards have been removed from Paris Hill Park. The solar lighting, which is actually, they call it intuitive lighting, has been ordered, and we should hopefully be installing it within the next 2 months or so. This is important because traditional lighting at parks gets vandalized continually. And so a lot of the copper wiring will be stolen. That will not be the case with solar lighting. There will be no copper wire to steal. So we're very excited about that. We have a horseshoe pit area that is practically complete. We had promised that it would be done at the end of August, but we're running a little bit behind because of some materials that we still need. But you'll notice that there is a beautiful mural that has basically been painted in that area. And again, many more of the improvements in the park are ongoing, but I can say that the park is in a much better condition. Some things that still remain at the park are the rehabilitation of the restrooms. We are currently soliciting quotes for those improvements, and we're hopeful that that will be in place by the end of the year. When we went to Wildwood to clean up, we experienced several challenges there, and we were surprised by the conditions of specifically where the baseball fields to the north are at. We also noticed that there is, and I'm not sure if everyone can remember this, but there is a lookout point where there's a marker that indicates that the mountain has the arrowhead, and that had been completely vandalized. I'm happy to report that that has now been beautified with drought-tolerant landscaping, and the marker that's there is in the process of being replaced. So I wanted to highlight those few things because I know those were some of the ones that were the most visible. During the workshop, we also talked about some of the needs and some of the future requirements that we would have. Specifically, we talked about the staffing, that we had ongoing efforts to essentially hire more individuals. We interviewed or offered interviews to approximately 20 Maintenance Worker 1 candidates. Of those, we interviewed approximately 12, and we offered jobs to about 9 of them, which is great. We're hopeful that all of them will accept the offers, and that will put us in a better position to address these issues in the coming months or so. As of now, we have hired approximately 4 of them, and we're still waiting on clearances for the remaining individuals. So I did want to mention that one of the things that we noticed at several of the parks were that there were fence repairs that were desperately needed. And these were not just fence repairs for aesthetic reasons. These were fence repairs that essentially were hazards. And all of the ones at Paris Hill have been completed. There were none at Wildwood that had any issues. And similarly, at Meadowbrook, there were no issues related to fence repairs. A couple of initiatives that were not mentioned at the workshop but are important to note today is that we have been able to finally set up the 3rd CEO Works crew that we mentioned, and this was approved at a separate council meeting. And that crew is ramping up and should be ready to start next week. In addition to that, we have had an additional, I'm calling it a Tiger team, but it's a team that will basically be deployed throughout the city to essentially respond to any illegal dumps or any additional issues. We also call it a beautification team. I'm happy to report that they have already started as of last week, and in that short time frame, they have already responded to approximately 100 CRMs, which is phenomenal to see them do that work. In addition to that, there are a couple of areas, specifically the Walgreens on Baseline and Waterman, and the old Smart and Final on Baseline that have been problematic areas. That team is dedicated to going to that site, to those sites, every single morning to ensure that we keep those areas clean. So again, I wanted to highlight that. Again, that wasn't necessarily brought up at the last workshop, but it is something that's important to point out. We do have some additional needs that we basically presented at the workshop, which specifically dealt with increasing our weed abatement contract to the tune of about $150,000. This is very important for us simply because of the amount of rains that we received this year. There's a lot of weeds in the city. I can let you know that our CRMs are down significantly, but we still have some work to do, and we have been improving our weed abatement efforts throughout the city with approximately 3 teams that are dedicated to that. But the ask that we brought at the June 30th workshop was to increase that amount so that we can expand those services, as I'm sure many of you have noticed that there are weeds in many parts of the rights-of-ways of the city. So hopefully this provides a bit of background as far as to our efforts to date.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and friends. Thank you for being here and being present tonight. I'm going to talk to you about our quality of life, specifically pertaining to securing our public spaces. As you all know, we started our private security program to assist us with special events such as the festival and the Miracle on Court Street last year, and then we expanded it to what Ernesto and I worked on with our all-hands-on-deck maintenance programs to clean up our parks. That started in the middle of May this past year. These private security efforts, all the things that you just heard Ernesto speak about, these efforts only complemented that and his crew's efforts, along with the help of PD and the homeless outreach teams. They've continued to be effective, not only in keeping our parks safe at night, but clearing out any trouble that we might have for people who are using our parks for non-intended uses. In August, this past month, the council approved 6 months extension of the contract so we could extend those after-hour park security efforts. In addition to that, on September 16th, our private security will be able to once again cite for trespassing and other issues that are happening in our parks. We just continue to further increase our efforts with security in concert with PD as our support. Also, in addition to securing our parks, we presented an option of a future a park ranger program. This park ranger program would consist of a supervisor and 3 park rangers and would begin the efforts of securing daytime efforts at 10 of our parks throughout the city that are considered hot spots for criminal activity. This plan would eventually go on to 5 years to be 18 park rangers with a supervisor and an admin staff. In addition to our private security, we're also looking to add some language to our municipal code in order to make it more effective for us to be able to implement some efforts in not just keeping our parks secure, but making sure that our community and our park users, whether they are residents or visitors, feel safe. That includes adding language to continue our ability to enhance the efforts that our PD is doing as well as our security, and also working to making sure that we help to create a healthy and safe environment for anybody who's coming to our parks. As you all know, we've had unhealthy conditions of our parks. When we talk about unhealthy conditions, we're talking about needles in playgrounds. We're talking about trees having to be cut down. We're talking about the fact that we can't just walk through our park safely because people just see things that are not appropriate. Our children shouldn't be seeing these things, and our security efforts and our municipal code will help to eliminate any of those options. We ask that you strongly consider these recommendations.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'll provide an update or a recap on the one-stop shop. I'll keep it short and sweet because it's a pretty simple and straightforward concept. So the one-stop shop is all about centralizing all the city's permitting counters into one single location. And what this will do is reduce the number of wait times or the number of hours you might have to wait because it'll be a more efficient and functional design. It'll reduce the number of plan check turnaround wait time because now this departments will be working more collaboratively and cooperatively, and it'll just provide less confusion on where to go next. As a result, staff will be recommending for council to approve an additional $400,000 for the construction of the one-stop shop, bringing it to a total of $800,000, which is based off the initial engineer's estimate for the construction. The approval of an ombudsperson, which will be that advocate for the customers to help resolve problems and solve issues to make the city a more developer-friendly location, as well as approving a bilingual senior customer service representative, and that individual will be that first point of contact to answer questions and help navigate first-timers into that permitting center, into the whole process and what they need to do next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. So I'll be talking about the infrastructure master plan and the city hall. So regarding the infrastructure master plan, we provided a brief background into the purpose and the elements of a master plan. Then we discussed what current plans were in place, their status, and lastly, the need for 4 specific master plans. First was the ADA transitional plan for a total of $2 million. Next was a storm drain system master plan, totaling $1 million. A bridge management plan at $500K, and then a facilities and building management plan at $1 million. Regarding the City Hall, we provided some background on the building, and due to seismic, structural, and hazardous material issues, the city moved out of the building in May of 2017. We then discussed seismic performance assessments and facility condition assessments, which resulted in an estimated cost for deferred maintenance of approximately $38 million and a building retrofit cost of $57 million. Staff recommended a retrofit and renovation project, estimating up to $80 million, and a project duration of 4 years. The breakdown of those 4 years was a planning process of 12 months, design phase of 15 months, bidding and award of 3 months, and the construction phase of approximately 18 months. In order to begin the planning phase, staff requested funding to conduct a preliminary engineering and space study. So that space study, what it's going to tell us is how much space that we need today and in the future based on the current footprint of the building. So whether we can utilize that existing space or eventually utilize that space for other means. This concludes my recap, and I'll be happy to answer any question when you guys deliberate.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm here to briefly talk to you about legislative affairs needs. At the workshop, we presented about 5 different concepts to you to enhance and upgrade our current relationship with Sacramento and with Washington, D.C. The first thing that we presented was a legislative calendar to make sure that city priorities, council priorities, are aligned and set forth in time for the upcoming legislative year and budget year. We also talked about the legislative platform. That is a living, breathing document which regularly needs improvement. And we've noticed over the past year that there were 6 different items that should be added to the legislative platform. And these items are animal services and welfare, tribal sovereignty, fentanyl and illegal drugs, additional issues related to homelessness, fair share funding, similar to the big 13 cities, and other topics of importance to the mayor and council. So we would like permission to update the legislative platform for those issues. We also talked about legislative advocacy, and that is the retention of a legislative advocacy firm at the state and the federal level. We have wonderful representatives at the state and federal level, but making sure that both the budget process is navigated as well as federal and state agencies is a talent that really needs dedication that our state and federal representatives can't necessarily offer us. And so having those firms on board to look at legislation and how that benefits or impacts the city, as well as knowing the budget process, especially at the agency level, is an opportunity that we are missing out on quite a bit of funds. These kind of expenses are investments and are judged basically, unfortunately, on a dollars and cents thing. And we definitely believe that we are leaving dollars at the table every time the budget is passed at the state or the federal level. And so we're looking for authorization to retain a state and federal advocacy firm. Finally, we do not have a government relations staff, and that is working with our elected officials, working with our other local government agencies, our state agencies, and of course being the point person for our lobbying or advocacy firms. And so we are recommending the addition of a legislative and governmental affairs manager. With that, I will end and be open to questions if you should have them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the public, members of the council. Thank you for allowing me to join this evening. As economic development continues to expand our capabilities, a central theme we keep in mind is partnership. Partnership with our small businesses, with our community, with our developers and investors, and among our different divisions. Tonight's recommendations align with that theme and remain on track from our last discussion at the workshop. Staff is prepared to move forward with council's direction to execute and implement programs such as the Property and Business Improvement District formation, an Economic Development Action Plan, special event programming, a revolving loan geared to spark investment in our community, and more as listed in the recommendation slide, but I won't list verbatim. Part of our efforts also include a coordinated strategy to execute and support projects in the San Bernardino Investment Playbook via the procurement of both a nerve center operator and a fiscal agent. With that, the economic development team is prepared to continue our momentum for advancing our partnerships and programs with council's direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I would have popped up here sooner, but I thought that Amanda would take a little longer. Sorry, Amanda. So to give you a little economic forecast and context, we are in a in a place where things seem a little crazy economically. As probably you all know what a nerd I am when it comes to economics, and I read The Economist and the Wall Street Journal and Bloomberg every day because I'm like that dork who like that's the first thing I do in the morning. So we won't know about August inflation and CPI because those numbers actually come out tomorrow. But July inflation and CPI are 3.2%. And they are the same. CPI and inflation are the same number. Just so you know, the consumer price index and inflation are the same. And it is slowing down. The peak during this period of really high inflation that we've seen over the last couple of years since the pandemic was 9.1%, which was last June. So it's come down significantly. The Fed has a goal of 2% for inflation, so we're a little bit above that, and that's why they've been increasing interest rates. So, those interest rates that seem so high right now, at 4.75%, though to be fair, the highest that they've ever raised interest rates, just for, facts that Barbara keeps in her head. And I'm sorry, hello, Mayor and Council. I apologize for not saying that. I got all discombobulated when I had to run up here. Apologies. And I'm Barbara Whitehorn, Agency Director of Administrative Services, Finance Director. I am a bit of a nerd. Councilmember Charette, I can't help that. But anyway, the highest they ever have raised rates to since they started doing that to combat inflation was actually 20% in December of 1980. So if any of you, some of you, me included, are old enough to remember that. So we're nowhere near anything like that. And economists do not anticipate that the Fed will raise rates this month again. We're getting close to where they want inflation to be. So we're in a fairly good place with inflation. Plus, we're approaching a presidential election year. So there's some pressure there for them not to raise rates, right? So, everybody knows how that works. So we're in a pretty good place there. Employment and wage growth. We are continuing to see really strong wage growth across the board. Employment is really good. Wage growth is at 4.4% year over year, and it may hit 6% by the end of the calendar year. When we look at employment across the nation, there are 1.6 jobs for every one unemployed person. And I'm going to say that again. For every one person that doesn't have a job, there's 1.6 jobs available. So that's some crazy stuff, because normally in my career, which is longer than I want to admit, there are fewer jobs available than there are people looking for jobs. That's usually the case. And companies and governments who need people post jobs, and people are like, heck yeah, because they're looking for jobs. It is the opposite right now. There are more jobs out there than there are people. So people can be very choosy, and that is part of why, unless you are a highly competitive employer, it is challenging right now to hire. But economically, we are in a really good place nationally and locally. And I'm going to go into regional and local now. So sales tax, we are expected to see that slow down. People are not buying at the pace that they were during the pandemic and post-pandemic, when everybody was like, woo, I'm free. I'm no longer locked up in the house. Yeah, I'm going to buy a new car. I'm going to buy a used car. I'm going to buy everything I can buy, because everybody was buying everything. So statewide growth is anticipated to be only at about 0.5%. But our growth is anticipated to be a bit higher than that, and a lot of that is driven by our logistics here in the city. So we will see, more of an increase. We have seen double-digit increases over the last 2 years. So that's a significant slowdown, but it's still growth that the rest of the state is not seeing. So it's not bad. The main drivers of that slowdown are energy prices coming down, which is a bit of a yay all around. That does mean that those utility increases that we saw this past year, you'll remember we had to bring a budget amendment to you all for utilities, and a slowdown in auto sales. So as we know, everybody's not going to buy a new car or a used car every year. Property taxes, we received about 21.3 million in this past year in our property tax in lieu of vehicle license fees, which is the portion that we do receive. And then property tax, just a little background on that. It's a very stable revenue, but growth can be rather unpredictable. You know, home prices go up and down, even commercial property values go up and down. And these are just some of the things, you know, prices even month to month shoot up and down all over the place within the market. But prices dropped and went down, and they're up again now. So it's one of those kind of crazy things that we see in the property market as they kind of go all over the place. But it is, in general, a fairly stable revenue. So the bottom line economically is we are in a pretty good place. We do not anticipate nationally, regionally, a slowdown. I mean, as far as a recession, economists now are saying the U.S. isn't facing a recession. Even with everything that's going on internationally, we could still see pressure from all the things that are happening. We've got the war in the Ukraine. We've got, you know, lots of different crazy international pressures, but they are not anticipating a recession here in the U.S. They're saying, you know, we saw sort of a slowdown, but things seem to be improving. So that's the consensus at this point. The strong labor market is helping that. The slowing inflation, people are continuing to buy even though it is slowing down. People were a little nuts the last couple of years. So the fact that people are slowing their spending does not necessarily indicate a recession. It indicates that they're like becoming a little sane reality. So I think we are in a good place as far as the city of San Bernardino. And we also need to remember that we have a very healthy fund balance, and we are in an excellent position going into this next year. So that was our bottom line, and I will turn it over to Human Resources for the next portion.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Susie Soren, Director of Human Resources. So as Eddie mentioned, as Ms. Whitehorn mentioned, there's 1.6 jobs for every one person, which is reflected in the city's current turnover and vacancy rate. So as Eddie mentioned earlier, we analyzed position control. So what staff did is reviewed this position control for the last 2 years. Sorry. Currently, there are 826 approved full-time positions, FTEs. We have 119 of them that were vacant at the end of fiscal year 22-23. It's important to remember, however, that those positions does not mean that they stayed vacant for the entire time. It's just a moment in time because we're constantly recruiting for those vacant positions as well to recruit and fill. At the last council meeting, it was indicated if we could reprogram the funding for these positions that were vacant to fund additional or new council initiatives. But because these vacant positions don't stay vacant for long, we're not able to reprogram those, that funding, that money, because it's attached to those positions that we are actively recruiting. Oops. I guess you need to see the slide, sorry. So what is our turnover rate for San Bernardino? So turnover is our ability to retain employees. The healthy average for turnover is 10%. San Bernardino, the city of San Bernardino is currently at 17%. Vacancy, which is our ability to recruit employees, healthy average for vacancy is 6.8%. City of San Bernardino is at 15%. The bottom line, high turnover and high vacancy equates to reduced service delivery. So what you have here is a chart that just reflects what I just mentioned. As you can see, the turnover in red is for the city of San Bernardino, which is 17%. and the turnover, the industry average for retention turnover is 10%. For vacancy, 15%. Industry average, 6.8%. So the bottom line is that turnover and vacancy rates decrease efficiency, impair outcomes, and increase regulatory challenges. As you can imagine, turnover, vacancy is expensive. The cost of turnover can be up to 2 times an employee's salary. The average cost for vacancy could be up to 75% of an employee's salary. The bottom line, it takes 1 to 2 years for an employee to reach 100% productivity. Turnover and vacancy reduces service levels and contributes to higher cost. So what are the impacts of turnover and vacancy? There's several consequences to it. Reduced workforce capacity and increased workload leads to employee burnout, decreased productivity, and current service levels are being interrupted. An example of this is what was presented at the last CIP Special Council meeting, where it was highlighted that a project manager with the City of San Bernardino carries or oversees 47 projects, while the industry average is 7 to 10. Operations and services also suffer because of the negative impacts on the overall operational efficiency for the organization. Lack of strategic workforce planning, high turnover, high vacancy can also be attributed to the lack of proper staffing, having a proper staffing structure model in every department. Strategic workforce planning helps attract employees by ensuring that organizations have the right positions, have established clear paths for employees to see that there is room for them to advance within the organization, and development opportunities to maintain employees. The bottom line, the impacts of turnover and vacancy means diminished services to the community and failure to meet strategic goals. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Lampe.
Good evening again, Mayor and City Council members. William Lampe, Management Analyst for the City Manager's Office. And for the strategic initiatives, especially with the staffing, one thing that we looked at in our analysis was the city's growth over time, as well as its staffing structure. And so specifically, what we evaluated were 8 different cities from the time frame of 2015 to the current fiscal year, and we looked at their population growth, their budgets, their total FTEs or their total employees, and their organizational structure at both the city level, department level, and division level. The cities that we evaluated include those as small as Colton, all the way to as large as Riverside. And the reason why we chose those cities is because those are the cities that we compete with for the retention and recruitment of employees. They're also all local regional cities. So at a high level, what we found was that while the city of San Bernardino has increased its population at a much higher rate or relatively higher rate compared to those 8 other cities on average, we have not expanded our workforce at the same rate. We've seen a 3% population growth since 2015, but only a 10% growth in the number of employees. Conversely, those 8 other cities have only seen a 1% population growth, whereas they've grown their employment, their workforce, by 19%. And what that means is they have more capacity to deliver services to their residents. So if we look more specifically at the city of San Bernardino over an expanded time frame, if you go back to fiscal year 2008, when you look at the number of employees we had per 10,000 residents, kind of like a student-teacher ratio or a doctor-patient ratio, the number of employees that we have per resident was all the way up to around 46, 48 employees per 10,000 residents. Whereas today, we're at about 37 employees per resident, or 10,000 residents. And what that means is that we can't push through as many development projects as we did in the past. We can't complete as many capital improvement projects as we did in the past. And then we can't provide the same amount of homelessness services as we did in the past. Growing cities have growing needs, and in order to meet those needs, the city needs to expand its employment base in order to satisfy those needs, to provide those delivery of services. More specifically, if you break it down by department, you'll kind of see the same case going on. So if you look at probably the two most prominent departments in terms of delivery of services, Public Works and CED. When you look at back in 2008, we were at about 8.4 employees per 10,000 residents, whereas today we're at 6.1. Conversely, for CED, you had 4.2 employees per 10,000 residents back in 2008, whereas now you have only 3. Now, those are only best case scenarios, because those are based off budgeted FTEs. But as you just heard, we have a turnover and vacancy rate problem. And what that does is that impacts the effectiveness of our service delivery. So when you adjust the graph to take into account what the vacancy rate and turnover rate has on our delivery of services, we now have a 12 employee per 10,000 resident gap. And our turnover rates and our vacancy rates have been increasing over time. And what this does is that it further compromises our service delivery. So the big question is, what are some of the causes of that? And one thing that we looked at is the actual staff structure. You know, how many executives do you have as a ratio of your overall, employment for the city? How many managers? How many professionals? And how many frontline staff members, those boots on the ground, do you have? So we looked at what the 8 other cities have to kind of see how are we different and what are we missing. And the purpose behind this is to kind of determine what does a strong staff structure look like, because a stronger staffing structure pretty much leads to more stability, and more stability means better retention of employees and a more effective service delivery and a more consistent service delivery as well. So what we did in our office is that we went through every single budgeted FTE, every budgeted position for all 8 cities, categorized them into 4 different levels or 4 different categories: executives, the management and supervisory category, the professional and paraprofessional category, and those frontline administrative support level category. And when you compare us to that 8-city average, contrary to maybe popular belief, we are actually disproportionately heavy with frontline staff, those boots on the ground. We have a higher ratio of frontline and administrative support staff as relative to the rest of the structure than other cities do. And consequently, that also means that we're going to have more supervisors. If you recall back at the first quarter update for the fiscal year 22-23 budget, there was a staff recommendation for 6 new maintenance workers, a maintenance lead, and a maintenance supervisor. There was consensus among council to double the number of boots on the ground, but that as a consequence, you also had to double the number of supervisors. So just as a natural consequence of having more frontline staff, you just naturally have more supervisors to supervise those frontline staff. And we did a bivariate statistical analysis to check the linear correlation between various strands of data, and we found across all 8 cities, there is a strong statistical correlation between maintenance workers and supervisors, more so than professional level staff, whether it be planners, analysts, or even other frontline staff. So when you hear these comments about being top heavy, well, you need more supervisors for more frontline staff. Now, as a result of the structure, we also noticed another issue. We have a considerable gap at that professional level. Those are your analysts, those are your accountants, your engineers, and your planners. And what that gap does is that now all those executives and managers, they have to work out of class. They have to work down to fulfill those gaps. And that causes, they're unable to basically move their departments forward because they are now doing the day-to-day work because there's those structure gaps. And these gaps are not due to vacancy or turnover. These are just based off the budgeted. This is the budgeted structure of the staffing, or the budgeted staffing structure of the city. And what those gaps do is it impairs this city, these department directors from achieving those strategic outcomes, and it also leads to regulatory compliance challenges, issues with pending deadlines being missed because there's no oversight because they're stuck in the weeds. I guess you can say one of the saying is maybe some of the military members here would recognize, a general doesn't win a war by being stuck in the trenches. And similarly, our department directors cannot move the city forward if they're stuck in the weeds. They don't have any oversight. They don't have any vision over the entire field in front of them to move forwards. It's also important to note that every department and every division has different needs. They have different structures. So that previous nice pyramid chart that you saw, that's the city at a high level. But when you look at maybe maintenance and operations, that would be bottom heavy. Those are your boots on the ground. Whereas a planning division, they would probably need more professional staff. You need more planners in the planning division. But it's also important to understand what a healthy structure is at a department and division level to locate where their weaknesses are currently, and there might be some surprises. So if you look more closely at the planning division, as we kind of zoom in here, you'll note that on average, most cities at the 8-city average, as well as our closest population competitor, Fontana, they have 10 planners budgeted. We have 9. So we do have less planners, but our critical need for planning is not necessarily at the professional level for that division. It's with the frontline staff, because we only have one frontline staff member for the planning division to handle that front counter. Building and safety has 5 or 6. But planning has 1, and what that means is when that planning aide is on vacation, out sick, at lunch, or their Fridays off, it's the planners who have to now divert their attention away from their planning projects to cover the front counter. All the other cities, on average, and Fontana, they have 4. So even though we have a professional gap citywide, the planning division has a critical gap with that frontline position, where they only have 1 person. So you have to understand the city's structural needs, the department's structural needs, and then the division's structural needs, and where their gaps lie. Another example would be the Parks and Recreation Department. When we looked at the 8 other cities, the overwhelming majority of them had 2 executives. They all had a director and a deputy director. This includes Moreno Valley, which has less people. This includes Rancho Cucamonga, which has less people than the city of San Bernardino. They all had a director and a deputy director, whereas we just have a director. And what this does is it means that that one executive, that one director, she is being stretched thin between handling multiple priorities. The department's budget, their strategic outcomes, their capital improvement projects, and so on. And so that was just kind of a high-level overview of just the importance of understanding the growth over time and the staff structure. And from here, I will give it back to Director Soren.
Thank you. Great job.
Okay, thank you, William. So piggybacking off of William's presentation, his data, staff surveyed these agencies. Why? Because these agencies have low turnover and low vacancy rates. We reviewed them because they have an organizational structure that speaks to that low turnover, that low vacancy. These cities have also indicated that they aim to be the employer of choice. They either want to lead the market, be employer of choice, or strive to be competitive in the market. This is their compensation philosophy. It has resulted in them attracting and retaining employees. Additionally, these cities were selected because during exit interviews, employees had indicated, in part, that they would, they were leaving for one of these cities. If it was to take another job, it was one of these cities. We conducted an analysis of benefits offered by these identified cities. We looked at the city's contribution towards employee health, the percentage of employees' contribution to CalPERS, whether or not they offered an employer-paid membership contribution plan, any offering of supplemental retirement, vacation accruals, and flexible work schedules. An analysis was also done of application statistics. Over the last 3 years, we've seen a 37% decrease in the amount of views of applications for the city of San Bernardino, for positions within the city. We, sorry. There has been a 45% decrease in the amount of applications that we are receiving. So what this means is that employees or applicants aren't clicking on the actual job posting to review it or to consider whether or not they want to apply for the position with the city of San Bernardino. Since fiscal year 2020 to now, we have seen around 700 less views on our job postings overall. So what this tells us is that applicants, there's an intentional decision amongst job seekers not to review our vacant positions to consider working for the city of San Bernardino. Our market comparison, it was found that the salary and benefits were lower than these other agencies, and that we lacked other fringe benefits that other cities provided because the city can't compete. It is perceived that employees experience lower wages, no vacation leave available in the first year, lower vacation accruals, lower leave accrual caps, higher employee contributions to CalPERS, higher cost of benefits, working in a city with a negative reputation, higher workloads and burnout, and instability. The bottom line, it's harder to recruit and harder to retain employees, results in diminished services to the community and failure to meet strategic goals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, distinguished members of council, Barbara Whitehorn. Now on to the bottom line for each of these items that the directors spoke to and the chief of police. So each of these items, we have done a slide that is quite detailed. So I know that this is a lot of information, so it's in the packets and online for everyone that looks up here and says, you gotta be kidding me, that's a lot of information on one slide. But what we wanted to make sure was that we had all of the information, including what the funding sources were, what the cost for this fiscal year and what the ongoing cost was, and whether it was a one-time cost or ongoing, so that the information was very transparent, both for council and for the public, because I think that that's important when you're government. So this first slide, which is about the quality of life, this is the recommendation from Public Works for the ongoing cleanups and improvement to the appearance of the city. And we are recommending the purchase of another, we have two of these mini loaders with the power washers already. This is a third one. This would be a one-time cost of $170,000. Another biohazard cleanup agreement, weed abatement and brush clearing agreement. These three would be funded through the Cultural Development Fund, which, as you're aware, is one of our development impact fee funds that currently has over $4 million in it and brings in about $700,000 annually. Then we also have hazard pay that we would like to add with a side letter to the crews in our Public Works operations and maintenance that do the cleanups of the encampments, because they do deal with some pretty gross things. And the full year cost of that is about $125,000. This year would be about $90,000. And then the citywide security contract would be about $1.25 million this year ongoing about $2 million. We already have about $925,000 budgeted for that. And the bottom line here is that expanding those quality of life, the tools and the services improves the city's appearance, cleanliness, and safety, and really does help us to attract economic development and to really help everyone that lives here feel safer and more comfortable in our city, and to want to be here. So, moving on to the next slide. This is continuing with quality of life. This is the police department. This year, this quality of life team, as the chief spoke to, this is being funded through overtime and through taking resources from existing officers. He's pulling them from, different teams and using them to sort of cobble together a team with his existing resources. But to continue that ongoing is about 1.6 million, not this fiscal year, but next fiscal year. In order to do that, however, he would need approval from council this year to be able to hire those officers for next year, because as you're aware, hiring officers takes a considerable length of time. Then there is the Park Ranger program. This also an ongoing program, and this is the pilot program, which I believe is only 3 rangers and a supervising ranger for approximately 500,000. And then the homelessness services sustaining that program beginning in 26-27. So this is not immediate. But that $2 million is a gap that Cassandra identifies between the funding that we have and the expenses that that program will incur as we bring things online. The Navigation Center will have that funding gap in the fiscal year 26-27. But that's something that we think is important to point out, even though that doesn't hit for a couple of years. So again, this is quality of life, and you all know the bottom line with quality of life. As we improve, our parks and we want to clean them up, it's really critical that we not just ignore that we are displacing the homeless people, but we also provide those services for them and ensure that they have somewhere to go as well. So moving on to the next slide, the one-stop shop. Design and construction, we do need there's $400,000 already reserved, which I'm sure you all remember. You approved that quite a while ago, around the time I first got here, so probably about 2 years ago. So there's already $400,000 budgeted. In order to fully fund that, we need about another $400,000. We are asking for that out of the capital contingency that we reserved at the end of this past fiscal year. Then to really make the one-stop work, once it is complete and in place, we're asking for an ombudsperson and a bilingual senior customer service representative. We think those 2 positions will really help people navigate that center better and really improve the customer experience for our residents and for people who are doing development in our city. And really establishing that one-stop shop helps us significantly improve wait times and move people through faster, which not only helps with economic development, but improves sort of the face of our city. Being slow and unresponsive just gives people that, oh, great, it's San Bernardino. We don't need that. We want to be like, wow, that was San Bernardino. That was fast. They were amazing. They were friendly. They spoke more than English, and they were we were awesome. We want to be the awesome city that surprises everybody with how good we are. All right, so infrastructure. Thank you. So yeah, I live here too, so I want it to be awesome. So infrastructure, these are the plans that Daniel was talking about. We are recommending funding initially in this fiscal year, the City Hall that we're not in, an engineering and space study, a bridge management master plan, and you can sort of imagine why, Cross Street Bridge and Mount Vernon Bridge, and, we need to take care of those, and the initial cost of the ADA master plan. An ADA master plan for a city our size is not $500,000, it's about $2 million. So this is sort of the initial cost of that. And then onward in the next fiscal year, and probably the fiscal year after that, would be the other 1.5 million. So I do want to point out that that's not the whole master plan. 500,000 doesn't pay for an ADA master plan. You'd have to be a tiny city for that to be the case. But that does get us started on that master plan. And these are one-time costs. I mean, you do have to update these studies, but they are one-time costs. And that 1.3 million we're recommending out of this fiscal year would come out of the capital contingency. And then these others, storm drain master plan, continuing the ADA, and facility building management, these are future strategic initiatives for your consideration. Those do not have to be funded tonight. And moving on to legislative affairs, as discussed, we are recommending that you fund contracts for federal advocacy and for state advocacy. These are really important because we have things that happen at the state and federal level that we aren't aware of until they happen, and then we say, oh my gosh, that's going to hit us and that's going to hurt us. As you know, it was really critical when you all, as council, went to the state and fought for our sales tax. But you know, they're still fighting to take that away. There are still people at the state level. There's a committee that works against that at the state level, and they've made it through the board with a recommendation, which worries me like constantly, because that's happening, and we need advocates at the state level to be really fighting for us. And we need them at the federal level. And we need them not only to be keeping track of that, but to be really like poking at senators and poking at the big dog politicians to get money for us. We want to be the next Fresno that gets $275 million. I want that check here. Right? Seriously, we need that money, not Fresno. I mean, Fresno can have it, but we want it too. You know, I mean, I guess they can have it too. I've never been to Fresno. I shouldn't say anything bad about them. I have zero clues. But we want that money too. So, you know, I think these are really, really critical. And then a legislative and governmental affairs manager also on staff to really take care of those and make sure that we're getting the advocacy that we deserve as a city. And I'm less nervous now, so less Southern accent. You like that? Like, yeah. When Barbara's less nervous, she sounds like she lives here. So staff also recommends that you provide direction on these critical economic development undertakings, and I know you've heard all of these from Amanda many times, and I won't read them to you. You know them, you've heard them, and if I read them to you, you'll just look at me like I've lost my mind. So. And sorry, Amanda, I just don't want to read them to you. All right. And then we recommend your consideration of the following for economic development. Creating an economic development department creates a greater focus and commitment by establishing an economic development department, which could accelerate downtown development and allow the city to attract new businesses with greater marketing and outreach initiatives, retain existing businesses, and provide better service to the community and to developers. So these positions would be a director, 3 economic development managers, and an administrative assistant to really get that department off the ground for an initial cost this fiscal year of about $460,000 and an ongoing cost of about $920,000. And these are, of course, as you know, the highest costs that they could be, as if we hired everybody at the top step and they all had family coverage benefits, which is not terribly likely. So moving on to the next recommendation, in animal services, as I'm sure you're all aware, we have a lot of pressure on animal services. We get more animals than we can possibly continue to house, and then we will have more pressure as surrounding cities need somewhere to house their animals. And I know Chris is is trying desperately to find ways to deal with everything that's happening. And at the very least, she needs additional support within her department, including a deputy director. She and Liddy both need that, and then a registered vet technician and a veterinary assistant. Right now, she has very little in the way of veterinary help at her actual shelter other than the contract vet. So for this fiscal year, the cost of these would be about $176,000 and ongoing about $350,000. And then in the city manager's office, and if you'll recall, we had a chart that showed you surrounding cities by size, and most cities over about 150,000 and larger had 2 assistant city managers, and then when you got above about 300,000, they had 3 assistant city managers. Just given the size and complexity, we really need 2 assistant city managers given our size. And the cost of that for this fiscal year would be about $150,000. And then moving on to housing and homelessness staffing. This department is really working on some major initiatives for the community to ensure that our growing homeless population really has the services that they need. And additionally, we do have housing programs within the city that are really critical to ensure we have affordable and mid-level housing for our population. Our residents need that. And this includes a housing division manager, a principal accountant, and a management analyst too. And the cost of these 3 positions is about $230,000, ongoing about $450,000. In Parks and Recreation, we are recommending a deputy director for Ms. Liddy Gutfeld. And the Planning Division, as you know, this is a division that really suffers and needs significant assistance. So we're recommending some reorganization, including reclassifying the city planner from a deputy director. So this is a savings. It's not removing the city planner, it's just reclassifying it down to a manager level from a deputy director. Adding a senior planner, an associate planner, a planning aide, and an administrative assistant. So the total cost of this is about $175,000, ongoing $350,000. And as you can tell, it's half a year this year, because by the time we could hire, it would be about January. So ongoing is usually about double. For Public Works, we are recommending 3 engineering project managers. As we have ad nauseum mentioned, our project managers manage significantly more projects than is industry standard. Industry standard, 7 to 10. Our project managers are over 40 projects each, which is ludicrous. And you can't, realistically, you can't kick more than a couple soccer balls down the field by yourself. These people are kicking many. And we can't expect that and expect that they're actually going to score a goal. So I think in order to actually score a goal and bring projects to fruition, we've got to put more people on our staff to make that happen. And then a land developer engineer, which is also a critical position within Public Works. And this really helps our CIP management capacity, reduces the project workload, and helps us deliver those projects, allowing us to better meet the needs of the community. So our costing overview, in total, in fiscal year 23-24, this is $5.7 million, with ongoing costs of about 5.7, and our future considerations are 7.58. And I'm going to put these, and these are the categories that they're in: quality of life, one-stop shop, infrastructure, legislative, economic development, and strategic staffing. And then on this next slide, I've got the buckets that they're coming from. Both the strategic and the capital reserve are within the general fund. And then the cultural development is, of course, its own fund. And I did put the fund balance for the Cultural Development Fund there so you could see how much we are recommending be used of that fund balance. And then we are asking for an ongoing allocation from that fund. However, I wanted to point out that that ongoing allocation is less than that fund brings in annually. That fund brings in between $700,000 and $750,000 annually. And I think it is important that that fund continue to grow. So I wouldn't recommend otherwise that we do that. So those are the recommendations, and then this would be the recommendations in resolution form. And if you have questions, we are available.
Thank you. Round of applause to all of our staff. Great job for presenting. Okay, do any members of the council wish to discuss this item or have any comment? Oh, Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I have a couple of comments.
Absolutely.
Can I do that? First of all, let me say to the audience that's here tonight and spoke about the strategic plan. Staff, I appreciate the compliments and the support. But let me also clarify, this whole process started with the council. It was a council who set these initiatives, who set the priorities. So as it should be, I think this council deserves the compliments and the credit for getting this ball rolling. It is up, yeah. So, secondly, as any good staff in any organization, it is the role of the staff to then take those directions that you give us to make sure we develop effective plans and proposals to bring back to you for your consideration. At the end of the day, you vote, we don't. But we have to do our job and give you the best recommendations that we can. Let me make some additional comments. And I can say this and my staff can't. So I'm going to give you my perspective here. In summary, the recommendations that have come before you, in our opinion, and certainly in mine, are critical to moving the city forward. You know, this is my second tour of duty here. And I can say, having the experience the first time and coming back, and I've had conversations with each one of you up on this dais. And I think it's fair to say that for far too long in this city, San Bernardino has been synonymous with words like potential, synonymous with words like opportunity, synonymous with words like good bones. But none of that has materialized and made this community better. We have to recognize that. These words are nice, but we have to put some action behind them. The goal here tonight is to begin to change the narrative and to start building successes. Successfully providing meaningful shelter services for the homeless. Successfully reducing the number of homeless encampments in the city. Successfully maintaining a safe, enjoyable parks for our residents. Successfully providing a safe and attractive downtown for our residents and their visitors to spend their tax money here in this city. Successfully supporting the growth of our art, cultural community, and our special events. Successfully supporting more affordable housing and market rate housing for our downtown. Successfully supporting our existing businesses so they can grow and prosper in our city. Successfully streamlining our permit process so that we develop a reputation as a great place to do business. Successfully renovating City Hall with a target to move back into that building in several years. successfully financing a major bond to aggressively repair and improve our streets, our sidewalks, our bridges, our building, and other infrastructure. These are the reasons that staff has come before you tonight. This is what success would look like. To do so means investing in our future, investing now in our community. I understand that these have price tags. We all know that. But we also know that much of what we propose also generates revenue. When you bring businesses in here and expand your existing business, that's revenue. When you hire planning staff who can get permits done faster, that means businesses open sooner. That means more revenue. The Park and Recreation Department, in terms of their cleaning of our parks, makes it safer for people to do their business here. So, yes, we can look at one equation, but we also need to look at the other equation. What this does for the community. We have an opportunity to change things here tonight. Now, again, you vote, I don't. It is up to you. My job, staff's job, is to bring this before you. In closing, let me say this. You are fortunate to have some outstanding employees who work for you in this city. And the only reason they are here is to help make this city better. They bring years of experience and training to the city of San Bernardino, and we want to keep them. The goal is to work as a team with this mayor and city council. And I also know that the mayor and city council are also committed to making this city better. So as a council, you have given us, staff, your priorities. What remains is you give staff the necessary resources and hold us accountable for getting it done. We are available to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Very well said. I have Councilmember Reynoso on the queue. Please put in your request if you'd like to speak, or just let me know. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the staff. Will, that was cool, man. I love stats. Thank you. But all the staff, all of you. Like, I feel like we don't thank you enough. And opportunities like this for the community to acknowledge you as well is the thanks I think you really deserve. Because we understand who we are, but hearing it from the people who you're really giving the services to, and like I've told you, Charles, I'm gonna miss you, man. Start with, I'll be quick and brief. Barbara, where does this leave our annual reserves? And I had a question about the contingency fund. I'd like the audience, as well as myself, to be educated maybe briefly on what that's typically spent on.
Okay. As of June 30th of this year, we have almost 100% fund balance. So that means like our budget this coming year is almost $200 million. We have almost $200 million total fund balance. Now that includes, so when you look at fund balance, that includes things that are not spendable. So when you, non-spendable means is what we call property, plant, and equipment, which means like fixed assets, like vehicles, buildings, those things. So that's about $50 million. And then you have restricted funds that are like grant, restricted things like that. That's only like 2 million, so that's very little. So that's like 50-some million. Then we have about $60 million that is committed to capital projects that you all have said, these things we're gonna do. And those are the capital projects that our project managers are slowly moving forward. All those soccer balls they're trying to kick down the field. So those are those. And then we have the 25% that is 10% emergency reserves and 15% economic development reserves that we have, that council established as reserves that you wanted to have to ensure that the city would remain healthy, and should there be an economic downturn, the city would have those reserves available. And then there's unassigned available fund balance is the remainder. So we have a incredibly healthy reserve. When like a rating agency, which is usually what you look at, like a rating agency like Standard & Poor's or Moody's or Fitch's, looks at a city to say, how healthy are they financially? And they're going to look at you to say, what's your bond rating, like AAA or your junk bonds, you're in the, B- or something like that. They look at fund balance, they look at financial management, and then, of course, they look at your regional economy. They look at a zillion different things. But fund balance is a really important thing. And 15% is a minimum that the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada sort of says you've got to have 15%. That's like a minimum. And that's where that sort of 15% reserve comes from, that everybody's like, yeah, I have 15%, everybody has 15%. That's a sort of critical, thing. And then the bonding agencies say, 30% is sort of like a golden place. Everybody's like, oh my God, if you have 30%, wow. We have 100%. We are beautiful for fund balance. Even with non-spendable and those other things, that is a fund balance that other cities look at and say, wow, San Bernardino has 100% fund. How does that even happen? How does San Bernardino have fund balance like that? That's a fund balance that shows that we as a city are financially in a very good place. Now, what that doesn't mean is we should just be like, cash, No. What that means is we should continue to be financially prudent. We should manage in a way that we strategically, hire in ways that we're going to bring more money to the city, where we bring economic development. We bring, more cash into our city because we want to continue to keep those reserves high. And we want to be a city that is a leader, not only financially, but in every way. Because I think that's what we can be. And I think that's the vision that we all have from council to staff. And that's why this is so important. I mean, this from a financial perspective, and that's obviously, who I am. I'm like the finance person who's like, woo, economics. And I love talking about fund balance in this way, and to be able to say, our fund balance is so good, because it really is. And I've not been able to say that to a council in my career. I have never been able to say to a council, your fund balance is 100%. In my entire career. So.
Thank you.
No, I'm not done.
Oh,
Sorry.
you're not done.
Charles reminded me that I did not say that I believe our unallocated fund balance, actually, I think it's $25 million that is like unassigned, like we could spend unencumbered, it has no commitments to it. And that is our unaudited number, like the audit is not done. So that's what we believe we will end the year with. And that's like astonishing. That's after all the reserves, everything's allocated. We think that's where we might end the year.
In our Measure S projections, I know that they won't be the exact same number, but in this last year, we exceeded it by like 4 million. Am I wrong about that?
Oh, with Measure S, I believe this last year we received about 54 million.
So about 10 over projected.
Yeah.
Nice, okay. I wanted to ask real quick if the future considerations for quality of life included the, from 3 park rangers with the supervisor to 18? That number's included in that 7.5? So you have the right now fiscal year, which pretty much matches like 5.7 for next year, but then you have like the 7.5 in considerations, and you've got 4 million in future considerations for quality of life. I was just asking if that includes like those potential park rangers, or we're not forecasting that yet.
No, we are not forecasting that yet.
Okay, this one is for quality of life as well. So we have an issue, and this is for Charles more so, and Cassandra's team. I think that we do a lot of flagging the encampments that are very visible, even the ones that are easily accessible. But a lot of the times we get the ball bounced around, and I'm seeking with this some kind of accountability or some kind of agreement with Caltrans and Omnitrans for bus stops, freeway entrances, and just general areas that we're quote unquote not responsible for, even though you drive right past them in the city. So that's just my comment on that. Also, if some kind of money could be dedicated to green belts, like some in our major thoroughfares, especially where people enter the city. In particular, I'm speaking of University Parkway. It's just very dry right there. Yeah, State Street, University Parkway. Oh, I didn't say in the beginning of all this, I love the plan. Like, I love it. This is great. And I really appreciate it. That's why I complimented Will, because I think there's concern here about we need more people serving on the front line. And what Will was telling us is we don't have people to supervise those people, which is typical. And I don't think that we should break away from what is typical in regards to that. And I think my last comment here, I got a lot of notes here for myself, is thank you for the impact fee number as well. I've been looking for that number for years. For Susie, you don't have to have an answer now, but I would like, obviously, I appreciated that breakdown. There's a lot of things that we know about why we can't retain employees here. 700 people decrease, looking at San Bernardino doesn't feel good. And I know we're responsible, but I'm looking forward to our next benefits package that can potentially, and I hope the council has the appetite to bump that a little bit where it makes sense. I don't believe in spending like crazy either, but I know that's something that we have to do because that will answer a lot of the questions that we have here about why. Why aren't we getting these services, et cetera, et cetera. And that's it, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Sanchez, followed by Councilmember Calvin, then Councilmember Alexander.
Yes, if we can go to page 3 and 4 of the staff report, to approve these all as one motion would be a disservice to the public and to this council, because I know there's.
Marcus, page 78, please.
Should be, I think it's page 3 and 4 of the staff report. Okay, yeah, I think they know what I'm talking about. Is there a way to make that bigger so everyone can see? So there are six, I don't know what you want to call them, tranches or buckets, and if we can vote on those individually, so we can see what works for this council, vote on them individually, because most of this I think should be untouched. I think most of it is I think the council has asked for, and I think most of us, it's kind of a no-brainer. It should be, it shouldn't be much of an argument. So if we can pull those up so everyone can see out there. So that first one is quality of life. So in that there's A through E. One is for the turf-friendly mini loader, the maintenance service agreement for biohazard cleanup, the maintenance agreement for weed abatement and brush clearing. D is for hazard pay, and then E is private security citywide. For an ongoing cost, starting from the beginning of a fiscal year, we're looking at $1.256 million. So the only issue I have with this is on the sourcing for A through C, it's the Cultural Development Fund. And we were able to save, making cuts from our parks and libraries by using the Cultural Development Fund. And this council at the time, it wasn't codified, but we had agreed that this should be money for parks and libraries. And I wouldn't want to see that money being diverted from that. I know it's replenished in amounts that vary, I don't know, anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million. I believe there's, $4 million in there now. It's generally it's a general fund account, but that really should be reserved for the rainy day parks and libraries, because that's one thing we cannot cut. If anyone, it was crazy being up here. The public said, if you do that, I think they were gonna charge the dais. And so that should be saved for a rainy day for parks and libraries. So if we can use general fund money, which, by the way, strategic reserve and capital contingency reserve are both general fund accounts created by McNeely to fund these programs. And so we can easily use general fund money to fund A through C. So for this first quality of life, I would like to make a motion I'd like to make a motion to approve A through E on one, quality of life, for the $1,256,000, and ensuring that what is cultural development fund, instead we use general fund money to cover that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Staff, can we have the PowerPoint version up? I think this is easier. You had it from staff recommendation. Is this the same thing?
What?
No?
Oh, sorry. So you're right, it is the 1 point. So approving funding all of the quality of life category, all under the, what we would call the strategic reserve, and where it says cultural development fund, we use general fund money to cover that cost.
And,
Okay.
Yeah, and it's actually 1,919,600.
You're right, yeah. So I'd like to do these in bits. Is the council okay with that? So that we can go one by one in approving these?
So are we going to get a chance to, so are we going to get a chance to share? Are we going to get a chance to share on this side?
Allow other council members to
and then we
speak
can
on
vote
it
at the
before we
end.
take any action. Councilmember Calvin, followed by Councilmember Alexander.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff, blown away up here. But we knew that, though. We knew that once we had come out of our retreat and given the direction to City Manager McNeely, that he would forward that information to you all and that you all will do exactly what you have done. So I do applaud you guys, and I would like to continue to make sure that you all know how much we appreciate all of the hard work. And we know that this meeting was supposed to actually happen on August the 10th, and we wish that it would have, because we probably would see some things already moving by now. Nevertheless, we are very, very proud of you, and we thank you for all the work that you do every single day. And we do hope and pray that you know how much that we do value you. After the data that Mr. William presented, we know how much we're overworking you now as well. And that is very painful for me. As an employer, I definitely, value the work that people come to work to do every single day. And it is in our best interest as a city that we figure out how to fix that. And you seem to have provided us that information today, and that we are, I would hope that every wage, every salary that you all have presented us today has been, you've done a study, right? You've done a comprehensive study, and that places us not even at what every other city is paying, but more, because what we see is that we're fighting from the back, right? We're trying to move forward into a position to where we can lure employees to come to our city to work for us. So is that correct? Would that be correct, that these wages here, these salaries here, are comprehensive and not just meeting the regional standards, but we're going beyond that?
I think, and maybe having.
Your mic.
Yes. I think one of the issues that we are constantly confronted with, and Susan's in a better position to respond to this, but based upon my discussions with HR, part of the problem we have in terms of recruiting people is that our salaries are not as competitive. And periodically, and it used to be, Susie again, she's the expert, but my professional career, you would do periodically class and comp studies. So you would look across the board at all of your employees and classifications and have someone come in and say, how do you stack up with your competition in the region? And I don't know when's the last time we've done something like that. But clearly, if my understanding is correct, we struggle with being competitive with other agencies.
Your mic.
And that is correct, we do. And that's what we hear from employees or applicants when they're applying for positions. You know, Ontario's paying this, we're 15% below that. Or they give us, Riverside is paying this. Now, I understand, sometimes it's, you're thinking, well, that's Ontario, well, that's Riverside. Well, that's who we're competing for. And Fontana and these other surrounding cities, Colton. So yes, the salaries that are being recommended are compatible.
When's the last time we conducted a citywide class and comp study?
The last class and comp study, I believe, was in 2019, but it wasn't implemented until a couple of years later. So by that time, we're already behind again.
So are the numbers that you're providing us today, where are they falling?
They fall within, they're compatible. Yes,
They're competitive?
correct,
Okay.
correct. And
Just
we-
the salaries, because the benefits negotiated through contract, correct? So we're
Correct.
just talking about competitive salaries.
Correct, they are competitive. We will be doing another class and comp study here soon. We will be going out on RFP, or we're looking to go out at RFP at the end of the year, the beginning of the year, and we will be including oppositions for the city.
Thank you.
So, Susie, you can stay right there for a second. So when we're trying to do this hiring, what type of incentives is the city of San Bernardino planning or working towards? What are we thinking outside of the box when it comes down to, being competitive and trying to lure folks here to the city of San Bernardino?
So we're looking at, different things, sign-on bonuses. Police department, they get sign-on bonuses throughout other agencies. We're looking at, of course, increasing the salaries. We're looking at the fringe benefits. The hot topic right now is a telework. So we are looking to see how that would look like for the city as well. I mean, it's a controversial topic for most, but that is the market that we're in right now. We're looking at just, the schedules, the different hours. We have 980s, we have, the regular 5/8s, and I believe we have a couple 410s. But yes, so we're looking at all that. We're looking at trainings. We're looking at, employees. Some of these employees who are leaving the city are stating either there isn't enough training or there isn't enough managers in position who have been trained. So this is not just an issue that is, starting, at the bottom. This is all around. So we need supervisors that are trained to be supervisors, and not necessarily, this is how you do your job, but this is how you speak to people. This is how you engage with people. This is how you address conflict. It's those type of trainings that once employees see that they're being addressed, or then, their faith comes back within the department, or they're able to have confidence, that's what I meant, back within the department.
And so when we're talking about economic development and hiring in the positions within that department, what about incentives for an employee who can bring in a certain percentage of revenue to the city, right, as in bonuses?
That's an absolute opportunity. I'm going to talk to Mr. McNeely about that, but that is an option as well.
So Director Whitehorn, if I could ask a couple of questions of you, ma'am, please. Or Jeff, too, as well. So when we talk about our not being represented on the state and federal level legislatively, so being here 2 years and 9 months on this dais and being able to go to Sacramento and represent the city of San Bernardino as the voting delegate, it was quite clear on the very first go-around when we got thrown before that governing board that we were the newbies in the room, that San Bernardino had not been present in that room in quite a while, and it was a grave lesson to learn. Luckily, we came out, but we are aware, as well as you just stated, that they're coming back. And I feel that we're just not prepared, because with that loss, or giving up, I don't want to give up anything, right? I don't want to give up no money to nobody. So when we're talking about that and the not being represented on those levels, this is just a no-brainer for me, that we have to have this type of representation within our city that is strictly working for us. Now, I like the idea of having a representative in-house, as right? This position would be in-house, am I correct? And then still hiring the firms that we would need to hire. So what is the dollar amount that we're losing by not being represented? What is the amount, if you could give me that total, what is the amount of money that we're leaving on the table?
How do you quantify that? I mean, Fresno got 275 million. I mean, that to me is like, that's like manna. How do you, when I read that, I thought, how do we not get that when we're San Bernardino? Like, we should get that. Please go ahead.
Mr. City Manager, want to chime in?
Again, having worked for different cities, been very active in the League of California Cities, been very active federally in my career. It's appalling to me for us not to have the resources. How much, there are millions of dollars. I don't know how you quantify that, but as Barbara pointed out, a case in point is Fresno. And I've talked to the city manager there, And one of the pieces that was so successful for them that they point to is they had effective legislative support internally, but also externally in Sacramento and in Washington. But we all know, even here, you know, you've gotten calls, I get calls all the time from our representatives saying, where are you, San Bernardino? Why can't we get information? There's a bill or whatever it is, we need your support. We need somebody to come and speak. We don't have the capacity to do that, and we need to change that, because this is peanuts in terms of what you're spending for lobbyists compared to what you can generate, and this city deserves it.
And I tell you about the Fresno mayor, I spoke to him last week. They received $300 million towards downtown. 300, not 275. He's corrected me. He said 300, Mayor. So these are opportunities that we're looking at.
Yeah, absolutely, and I do believe that it's something that we've had the discussion for, and I'm happy to see that it's right here so that we can vote on this tonight and get that passed, so that we don't have to continue to leave that money on the table. So I have a question regarding the Assistant City Manager position. Now, I wanted to know this, with thank you, Jeff, some time back, we began to redesignate some of our employees and their titles or became agency directors. Would this then go away?
The proposal that I put in front of you was eliminate those agency directors to make it more consistent with what you would find in city. This is not a structure that typically you would go to any other city and find. Maybe in county structure, but not in cities. The critical piece of this, and this has been pointed out over and over again throughout this city, is we spread people too thin. Case in point, the CED, Department of Community Economic Development, as it exists, an agency director there, we had 4 basic major functions within that department. We had housing, we had economic development, we had code enforcement, and we had planning. And in talking to the director, who's no longer here, obviously, he couldn't keep up with managing that department. It's just impossible. And so part of it was separating that, getting rid of that title, and allowing him to be effective. The other side of that is we lost the division manager, the planner, Dave, I think it was Murray, because of the fact that he simply could not keep up. It was too much. He didn't have the support that he needed to run his shop. And so those are consequences. And I'm simply saying we have an opportunity to correct that. And I know sometimes, you know, the other part that bothers me sometimes is staff gets criticized for not bringing stuff on time or, you know, dropping the ball or whatever it is. But it's hard, you know, that old saying about when you're up to in alligators, you know, it's tough to produce and give things that you need. And we're going to continue to lose people because they burn out. And I worry about my assistant city manager here who's trying to do some of everything. And 2 years, maybe 2-3 years ago, we had a similar situation. The city manager at that time and her assistant made a similar recommendation to the policymaking body here, and that was turned down. What happened the next day? She quit. She couldn't keep up, stressed out. And I'm just saying, if we have the resources, let's keep people here, because the other thing it does, it gives opportunities for people to move up in the organization. It allows them to grow in the organization. You keep them here. They don't have to go someplace else. Because right now, that middle level, it barely exists in this organization. And so we've got to put some fortress here that brings those people in, train them, they're homegrown. And when departments leave, you got a person ready to step in and keep moving.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I appreciate that. And this is my last question, Mayor. And it was with having 100% fund balance. That's a new term to me. Thank you for the education. I find it that there's just absolutely no excuse for our city to continue to be needing so much and not be providing what it is that we need. There's absolutely no excuse. And we can't continue to make any, because now the information has been provided, the documentation is out there, the numbers are out there. It's absolutely no excuse. And what I will then just add before I close is that developers in our city don't want to continue to go to the counter and cannot get a permit. The constituents who are trying to do things on their own property are tired of going to the counter and can't get things done. And to be quite frankly, quite honest, I'm getting tired as well as to having to chase down the projects that folks are trying to get done in my ward every single day. And it becomes more apparent and more clear right now that the bodies just aren't there for multiple reasons. But now we have an opportunity to change that and to fix that. Because then now the community is able to hold us, every last one of us, accountable for what it is that we are not doing. And tonight we're presenting that there is no other reason but to pass this strategic plan so that our city can move forward.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Alexander, followed by Councilmember Ibarra.
Yes, thank you. You said Measure S funding is 54 million?
I think that's about right. I'm sorry, I don't have it right off the top of my head how we ended the year. The last Measure S comes in actually this week because we get it about 2 months in arrears, so we have an estimate, and it's around mid-50s.
Have we forecasted for the next 24, 25 cycle? Have we forecasted for Measure S, and what does that look like?
We're estimating about 58 million.
58 million?
Yeah, I think for Measure, actually, we might be a little lower on Measure S, and then regular sales tax is around 58. I think Measure S, we're thinking 56, and regular sales tax is a little higher.
Okay, and what does the cannabis look like, our cannabis?
I'm sorry, I don't know cannabis results off the top of my head, sir. I'll have to
Because
get back
that,
to you.
to me, that's part of what we have here, and that's part of how we, right, unencumbered funds, and how we deal with and how we hire all these people. So what is the last known amount of our cannabis income?
I'm sorry, I will have to look it up. I apologize that I don't have it in front of me.
See here, where's your deputy? Is your deputy here?
She is, but she does.
She doesn't know? No?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll circle back. Maybe you guys can look it up while we go through this. How about that? Okay. Question on the park rangers. I asked this before, Chief, or somebody. Are they going to be 832 qualified, or are they going to be? They're going to be gun toters, sworn, be able to arrest people? I'm
They
sorry.
will be armed.
They're going to be, are they going to be 832 qualified? Okay. Okay, I just want to know what they're going to be qualified. So, and, no, don't go anywhere. And now we have the Quality of Life team, the Coast team, the City Outreach team. Who's coordinating all of that? Is there like a central command or one person so the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing? So we have one coordination on that? The public can't hear you.
So the Coast team, which is still a pilot program right now, is being run out of my department. It's being run in conjunction with the fire department, behavioral health, and our police department is, of course. Now, as we move forward with the extension of that, which will be the Quality of Life team, that will also be run out of my department. The additional members that aren't police will still be housed in my department and supervised by my personnel.
Okay, and now there's a City Outreach team too, because these all have to do with the unsheltered, right? They all have to do it. We have a City Outreach team that deals with the unsheltered. So my quick question is, I don't want the left hand not knowing what the right hand is doing. So
Right,
is there
so-
someone going to be in charge of all three teams, or are you guys going to have meetings so we can better effective serve the unsheltered in our city?
I understand your question, and I think the answer to that is this. The supervision that will go to the homeless outreach team, whose job will be exclusively support and assistance, no law enforcement component, that will remain with our housing services coordinator, Cassandra Searcy. The coordination piece will happen through briefings. It will also happen through our electronic data app that's been produced. We have an app that's been made for us by Esri, a company that allows for my staff to have the app, their staff to have the app, and we can all see in real time what each person has entered. So if their team contacts an unhoused individual that morning, we'll be able to see that on the app and know that that person's been contacted, even if we see them on the other side of town later that afternoon. So the coordination piece is already in place. We have that. We just don't have the people because we don't have your approval.
Okay, thank you. The one-stop shop, the omnibusman, I don't know who's that. Is that Mr. Hernandez? Is that Director Hernandez? Is that you? William? Just a quick question, William, about the staffing. Are we going to do that when, I don't know. Well, I just got a question about the staffing, the omnibusman. I get calls all the time because, you know, we don't get back to people. We don't get back to people, and then, you know, council members have to get involved we have to get involved to get things going. So I don't understand the omnibusman unless they're going to pick up the phone and help the public. If that's what they're going to do, to get back and call, is that what that job is going to do? Because otherwise, I'd rather see that person be a frontline person that actually gets back to the public than.
So that the staff member who would be answering the phone calls and returning phone calls would be that bilingual senior customer service representative.
Right.
They are there providing that customer service.
Right, so you're going to have one bilingual person for 230,000 people.
Not all 235,000
I know that. I'm being facetious, but you get my point.
Right.
I'd rather not have a middle managed person that does not get back to the public. I'd rather have someone that actually gets back to the public, because you don't get the calls, we get the calls. So what I'm trying to say is maybe you might want to reallocate, or if we can do it here, somebody that actually answers the calls that gets back to the public.
But what that ombudsperson would be doing is be that point of escalation. So when there are major roadblocks or major issues that are slowing down larger projects, or even a project with just a normal community member for, like, let's say an ADU or a garage conversion, and they're not being able to resolve it with that customer service representative or the permit techs, that would be a point of escalation. Additionally, that ombudsperson could conceptually run those, what are called, like, I think, the ward reports for how many building permits or how many planning projects are happening in each council member's wards, and being more responsive to council members regarding the development projects that are impacting their wards, their communities, their constituents.
Oh, see, now you throw that in. Okay, thank you, William. Yes, I'd like to, Councilmember Reynoso, about the Greenbelt, if we can probably do something with that, especially on the medium on Valencia between Highland and 30th Street, that would help. The Legislative Affair and Government Manager, whose house is that going to be in? Is that going to be in council's house, or is that going to be in your?
City manager's office.
So how are we going to have access to that person?
Because they will be in the manager's office, they will be constantly in communication with council. You'll be involved, number one, in the selection process for them, but they will be meeting with you regularly, because the first thing they have to do is develop, as was pointed out earlier, by Jeff, is to develop a calendar and a program for the council that you have to sign off for your legislative packet. So you will see them frequently. They're providing quarterly reports and annual reports, along with your lobbyists, both in Sacramento and in the federal government.
Could you do me a favor and then
Sure.
explain to the public what a PBID is?
Yeah, that's, well, I can get, where's my, it's a business improvement district. And that is it's a designated area.
Right.
That all those businesses within that district, that area, pay into that. But that funds go toward enhancing that particular businesses. They can do marketing, they can do facade improvements, a whole host of things that allow them to promote their own business, advertising, marketing.
Right. That's a very positive program for the city,
Yes.
correct?
And they're very common in many communities. One of the requests that they have is, I think it's like 39-some thousand that it will take to initiate this, And we've had some discussions about them perhaps providing some seed money to get them going.
Absolutely, and I positively support that PBID
Yes.
initiative. Okay, thank you very much. And well done, staff, well done.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ibarra, followed by Councilmember Figueroa.
Yes, I'll keep it short. I do want to extend my thanks to staff and our city managers. These conversations I've had, our city manager, I love this plan. The only concern, and I voiced it earlier, is our streets aren't getting fixed. That is one of the main things happening in our city. And I hear what you're saying. We have to put a little investment for the long-term results, but people in the city have been waiting decades for their streets to get fixed in this city. And there's an urgent need. There's some streets that you drive through and your tires go flat. There's accidents that happen. People sadly, in some cases, people pass away. So I just want to reemphasize that. I appreciate the work staff is doing. And I have a question, Mr. City Manager, or William. I'll start with William first. For the ombudsman, I know Mr. City Manager and I met with Chamber of Commerce, and they were mentioning about possibly being the ombudsman since they know a lot of the businesses already in our city. Is that something that our staff has considered looking into, collaborating with the Chamber of Commerce instead of hiring somebody else?
I would have to defer that to the city manager.
Yeah, we have talked about that. I've talked about it with staff. Staff's recommendation is that we need to keep that in-house to keep control over it and monitoring it. It's city funds, and so we have to be responsible to ensure that it's being used appropriately. So our recommendation is still to keep it in-house. There's no question that we can be more effective, I suppose, in working with the chamber, but taking city money and funneling it to an outside organization
I just want to
could
make sure,
become
'cause
problematic, yes.
I know the Chamber of Commerce made that, and I know my colleague to the left, Mr. Alexander, also at the June 30th meeting,
Right.
emphasized collaboration with their local Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah, but
And that's not
that-
happening.
Right.
That's all.
But that specific proposal, as you well know in our discussion, was to have that money that was set aside or being set aside, if it's approved, would go directly to the director of the Chamber of Commerce. And so we just felt that that may not be from a staff standpoint,
I don't think she was asking for that, but
I think,
since she already does it at the chamber.
but it was to support
Mm-hmm.
the salary there. So,
Okay. And then I do want to say thank you to Susie for providing the breakdown of the total approved positions, those that are filling the vacant ones. I know we asked for that back in June, so thank you. Do you happen to have a ball figure of the 119 vacant application or slots currently, and how we can balance out the current need with what we haven't been able to fill in?
I'm sorry, your question is, do I know where the 119 vacancies are?
Yeah, like the financial figure, to see if it's something that we can possibly, cross out some of these positions that have not been filled into something that we really do need that is presented to us tonight.
Yeah, I don't have the exact number, but as I mentioned earlier, some of these vacant positions remain vacant because there's a constant churn in turnover for those positions. So I was just talking to my deputy, Genevieve, and we're going to pull a list to identify exactly where those vacancies start. I mean, we have conversations with the department. We're constantly discussing, efforts to, what can we do to recruit a little different, maybe get a little bit more savvier, but yeah, so as far as, an answer to your question, I don't have that dollar amount specific, but as I mentioned, with regards to why they're vacant.
Okay, yeah, because I was seeing, I'm trying to remember which department it was, but they had like an administrative assistant they needed and a supervisor. So I'm wondering if any of these can connect or, work together hand in hand. So thank you for providing the current vacancies that our city has.
You're
So
welcome.
that way our staff, our public knows that our city, we've been heavily challenged since the bankruptcy, losing a lot of staff, and everybody's feeling it. So we're just trying to build up. I'm all for boots on the ground, having people at the front counters answering those calls, getting back to the businesses, getting back to the residents. That is my main focus, because that is what our residents and business owners see firsthand. If they don't get those results up front, then our city is not working either. I understand we want to have supervisors for staffing, but at the same time, we want to provide the services also. So I'm kind of torn. I love the plan. I know I mentioned back in June for staff and city manager that this is a good opportunity for staff. I'm not sure if the legislators, is that something that they'll be doing? They'll be working on proposals for the federal and state legislators so that they can help us fund these positions or these projects? Is that something that they'll be doing?
That's exactly one of their responsibilities. And we need to form some better partnerships with the staff, for example, of our congressmen and other state representatives, so that we get better information about what's out there, what's being proposed, what's not being proposed, what's to our advantage, what's to our disadvantage. If we need to oppose some legislation, we need to know that. If we need to support legislation, if we need to have council members, the mayor, go to Washington and make it known that this piece of legislation is not something that we endorse or support, that person would be helpful in doing that, would keep this council apprised of what's going on. But the key element, and I experienced this coming in here, and Councilman Alexander has probably been more than anybody in terms focus on the legislative platform. And I'm just simply saying what we have been able to do so far is not very comprehensive. This council doesn't get the kind of information that you need to annually be able to adopt what your legislative priorities are. Number one. Secondly, we don't have the tools to go out there and advocate for those things. And you are not being told as elected officials when you need to go out and what the items are and being educated about that. As a result of that, we are losing a ton of money. And I said, I've seen this work in other cities. I know the kind of impact it has in generating money to a community.
Okay.
But
So-
we're not very organized in that regard.
So
And
with
you
that,
know that.
with that said, Mr. City Manager, I want to make sure that these reps or firms that we are going to look into, that they actually do that work, because we have hired firms in the past, and all they do is just send us emails.
Right.
And they don't communicate with us, they don't talk to us, they don't, I don't even think they even communicated with the city manager's office, but of the city's needs.
What I go out and I know this is bad. Thank you. Well, my proposal was that we would go out and issue RFPs for the candidates out there. And we've talked to even some of our legislators that say, look, there's somebody I know that's really good. But there are a lot of people out there who do that. Staff would then go out, issue RFPs, screen those candidates, bring back the top candidates, and have the council interview them. Because you have to feel comfortable with those folks. And so we would recommend that be done. They get approved by you. They are regularly providing reports on a quarterly basis, 6-month basis, and then they provide you an annual report that says, here's what got done, here's what didn't get done. But they also guide you, because as you well know, things change very rapidly in Washington. This year, something is hot. Next year, it's not. And so they are in a position to articulate to you, yeah, you've got these 6 or 7 priorities, but in Washington, only 2 or 3 have a viable chance of succeeding. So they communicate that to you. And so you prepare your legislative packet based on that, so you have a greater degree of success in doing that. But the council, again, has to be actively involved.
And we weren't before.
Exactly.
We were left out.
But that needs to change,
Correct.
I'm just saying.
And then the last comment I have, and I'll say it again, the streets getting fixed. I know our Public Works Director was going to bring before us the assessment, and I didn't see it here on this breakdown. I'm not sure if that's going to be brought up to us later on or as one of the expenses for the master plans.
So as part of the presentation that we did mention that the pavement management plan is one of the projects that's currently funded. So the council did allocate $1 million. So the release of that RFP is what's pending, which will then authorize a company to do the full survey. And at that point, once the full survey is done, we can come back to the city council and based on available funding, based on priorities in terms of how we want to structure our pavement management plan, We can bring multiple scenarios in terms of how many years we want to go after. So it's going to be a comprehensive report and tell us the condition of all the streets throughout the entire city. So
Okay.
that will come back. But as was alluded in the staffing conversation, you know, we're managing multiple projects. This is obviously a priority to the city council. So there's a focus on trying to get this out, but trying to manage every critical project that we have, whether it be the Carousel Mall demolition, whether it be the
City Hall.
yeah, State Street. We
Carousel
just
Mall.
have, exactly. We have so many projects out there, and we're being managed by basically three main project managers with some support staff. So this is one of the RFPs that we need to get out, that staff has been diligently working on, as well as the other projects we're working on. But we intend to release that RFP, and hopefully by the end of this year, we'll have a contractor in place so that we can actually complete the thorough analysis.
Okay, yeah, because I know I've had several community members asking me why the streets aren't getting fixed. Like, it's a process. It's a long process, and right now, we're just waiting for our streets to be assessed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. McNeely, I will agree with the fact that the mayor and council should have a more active role with some of these things that are happening in Washington, D.C. and Sacramento. So I'm glad that you recognize that as well, because we certainly do have a role to advocate for our city in, you know, when meeting with those. So I'm glad that you brought that up. But thank you, sir. Thank you to you and to the staff, to all of you, for putting this comprehensive item, this plan together. I know that we've worked on this collectively, you know, through collaboration, through the council, the mayor, and staff, so I do appreciate that. I do have some questions for 3 or 4 different departments. I think I'll start with HR, if I may.
If I can, Councilman Figueroa, I'm glad you made that point, but I will tell you a little secret. You know, I have been involved in a number of legislative efforts in my career and meeting with congressional people throughout. There's one little secret I found out. Whenever I would go with a mayor or a council member, the last person that the congressman or senator wanted to meet with was the city manager. They prefer to meet with elected officials. So, yeah. So it's good to have you there and representing the city.
Certainly, and I appreciate that. So thank you for that. A few questions regarding recruitment. I certainly, I will not disagree with you on the fact that we have our benefits package and all that other stuff needs to be improved. And I'm going to put you a little bit on the spot as well, because I presume you probably don't have this information, but just in the event that you do you have a number of inquiries that you might have received for public service loan forgiveness, or more commonly known as student loan forgiveness? Because that would certainly be a marketing way to advertise for people to come to the city of San Bernardino. Because what I see when I look at some of our employees here is that I'm positive that all of you have some type of higher level degree, and not just you, but other members or other staff members in the city. And so I'm wondering what we're actually doing to help coordinate or assist our employees with some of that student loan forgiveness after 10 years of working in the public.
So that is something that we've absolutely discussed as well. There's agencies, County San Bernardino, for example, there's so much money that they provide upfront towards student loans, and then every year it would be, whatever amount up to $10,000. So we've had discussions to discuss that at negotiations as well, to see how that, obviously that would be something that would be beneficial to our staff, but it is something that I plan on addressing. Do you have anything else? Yes.
And that's okay, because I was just curious, because, again, we have a university here, and I'm sure many of you, directors, deputy directors, and so on, went to different universities, and we certainly want to attract high-caliber talent into the city, and so that would be something that I would hope that we're actually helping employees through the process after 10 years of service for a public service loan forgiveness in that regard. So that was one area. As far as the retention, would you happen to have the number of how many employees we've, just this year alone, how many we've lost, as far as just, for whatever reason?
227 for the last 2 fiscal years.
For the last 2 fiscal years, 227. And not all of them, and I presume this, but not all of them left because, you know, for financial reasons or seeking greater opportunities elsewhere. I would hate to think, and I'm sure it's certain for a small percentage of them, that they probably left for unfriendly environments. I hate to hesitate to say toxic, harassment, or hostile work environments, but what are we doing as far as education to prevent some of those things from happening, whether it's with electeds or other employees?
Well, that all begins with training, and what we're doing in HR is, you know, we're filling our positions as well. So HR in the past has been vacant, hasn't been at full staff. So we're at a place right now where we are almost full staff, and that is something that we are definitely going to be putting together. Discourteous treatment, you know, how to engage with your peers. You know, we have this. Our personnel rules speak to being courteous and respectful to the public, but not necessarily to your peer. So we are having those type of conversations as well with, amongst the team to set forth and have trainings and just have those discussions and dialogues with the staff.
Thank you. I have questions for the One Stop. So whoever wants to field that, the One Stop. I guess it's not really much of a question, but how much of this could realistically also be done online? Are we looking at assisting the whole process with submitting stuff online so that people don't have to take a whole day to come in from somewhere else, sit in the office and try to navigate this whole thing? Can some of it actually be done online?
The current software that we use, they have no online submittal portal. However, we are in the process of finalizing an RFP to procure new software, modern software that would have an online submittal. You can also do online plan checks, so you won't have to print out 3 sets of building and safety plans and haul them to City Hall. You can then submit those plans online. It would also allow the various divisions and departments to do a simultaneous plan check review. This way you don't have to wait for one set of plans, physical set of plans, to go from one division to another department, go downstairs to Public Works, and God knows where else. So with the new online permitting software that will be a part of this whole new system, all the divisions could then have different layers and all simultaneously issue corrections without interrupting other divisions in their review. But that's something that would be coming within the next year.
Good, I'm glad. And I hope that we're supporting IT, our IT department in that regard, so that they're adequately can assist with this whole process as well. So okay, good. I'm glad to hear that as well. And that's really all I kind of had for that. I just wanted to know how much of this can actually be done online to help expedite a lot of this stuff as well. So thank you. I appreciate that information. In regards to the Property and Business Improvement District, known as the PBID, how does that affect the city, given that the city owns property in this district? Would the city be required to be part of the PBID? Yes. So we would have to pay into the. How do we remove the conflict of interest? Okay.
Amanda, would you like to answer?
Yes, didn't want to interrupt. So yes, we would be part of that assessment. So we would work with property owners to develop parameters for properties that are going to be within that PBID. And then we would also be contributing to that assessment district.
Also, I think the interest is in having the county, Amanda, be part of this.
Correct. So conversations have been started with the county as well. And then economic also working with Ms. Whitehorn in finance and just understanding our share of that as well. The efforts that we're going towards right now is looking at the formation of it. So we're still through that earlier stage of, we've done the study. This next step would be the formation of trying to actually tie down what are the exact parcels. It involves a petition, making sure that folks who are interested in being part of the PBID are brought into the process, and that would be more exploratory of what that assessment would look like.
And in that, we would also include the state, because the state has property so then my next question is, how do we then remove the conflict of interest with who manages the funds or who disperses the funds? Because it's collected through either the city, the county, or some government agency. It's collected through, the taxes and so it's then dispersed to, I guess, kind of the.
Right, that assessment would be collected, and then it would be an entity that is not affiliated with the city, with the state, with the county. It's an entity that is created through the process, and then they select their executive director. There's a board of directors, so it acts as a completely separate entity. So there's not a conflict of interest.
So it's sort of like an HOA. So.
And we have, if you don't mind, we have David Friedman here, who is, I think, one of the proponents of this. I don't know, he's right there. There he is.
I think that Mr. McNeely, that would be really valuable to hear, because I think, again, from economic development's perspective, that many of these initiatives are partnerships, right? And especially with the Property and Business Improvement District, it's our property owners that are coming to the table on this. It's our property owners that are asking for this. So I'll let council decide.
There's no disagreement. There's no disagreement on my part. I'm just trying to figure out logistically, how does this all work? Because we have potentially 2 other government agencies that say, hey, City of San Bernardino, it's already your responsibility to take care of the graffiti and all this, and the potholes and security in this area. So again, I'm trying to make sense of all of this with this, whether there's a conflict of interest. That was answered already. But these 2 big agencies, and I support it. I completely support the PBID. I'm just trying to figure out, just for transparency purposes.
Legitimate questions.
Yeah, I mean, how is this going to legitimately work?
Yes, Mr. Friedman, would you like to come up to the podium?
And to answer the question along the lines, instead of doing it later, to address that, everybody involved in that particular district needs to vote on it.
That's correct.
And needs to agree.
That's
so
correct.
Is it a majority or whatever?
It's a majority,
Mr. Friedman can answer.
Feels like my bar mitzvah. It's a big day for me here. Everyone's been hearing me say PBID for, I don't know, years. So it's a $1 for one vote kind of thing. So the city owns the most amount of land or property in downtown. So you guys would have actually the most votes. You can actually elect someone to as a representative of your votes. The county would have the second most votes, and then actually I'm the 3rd or 4th biggest vote for the PBID. And then after that, you have like all the other property owners, so that everyone would get a vote, basically. So that's how you keep it a conflict of interest. The city would still have the biggest say, but I've been saying for the longest time, like, we need our own police, we need our own cleanliness team. And we can have all that, but we don't have the money to do that. And as a property owner, I'm literally saying, tax me more so that I can pay for those services, so that we have some sort of say over those services. So.
But just to piggyback, and not to, I'll say another few words in a minute, but it's a district.
Yes.
So, and I think what we're talking about right here is specifically the downtown area.
Correct, yeah.
I mean, you can do one up on Highland Avenue, you can do one out on East Highland
correct.
Avenue, you can do it, and we've tried it in the past. I mean, there were some people up on Highland Avenue between, out near Del Rosa area. They refused to do it because there was one guy that owned most of the property, and he said, why should I be taxing myself? So that goes along. So it's a great idea, and I support the idea too, but it isn't always just that easy, is that?
No, it's-
because you do have to involve a bunch of people.
Yeah, the legal ramifications as well. The beauty of this is the fact that the businesses within this district have made a commitment that they want to self-fund as much as they can. And in many districts, you will see them fund police because they want a greater level of police. It doesn't mean that they still don't get police services, but they ratchet up the level of police services. They can do lighting and landscaping to improve the look and appearance of the district.
We can pay for events, we can brand the city, like if we want to have a historic arts district P-bid, we can pay for more art, like public art in downtown. It's big.
Mayor, if I
Yes,
could
Madam
just
City
add to this
Attorney.
conversation. Very familiar with P-bids, have helped cities establish them. They're very positive and they can work. Just one little tiny thing of caution that I would offer to you is Proposition 218 had a purpose, was adopted by the voters of California in 1996, and it really was to give people the right to feel like their voices could be heard, especially in the matters of taxation. One area that I would caution you as we get into the details later on down the road is that the experience has been that in P-bids where you have, let's say, 500 people that are members of the P-bid and they all get to vote $1, one vote. Sometimes if there's a very large property owner, and it tends to be a public property owner like a city or a county, sometimes down the road, some of the other business owners feel like it really is a city taxation measure because it's the city and county voting, and that their voting power completely suppresses the vote of, say, a smaller business owner. And so some P-bids work wonderfully. My little tiny cautionary tale to you would be that when you get to that point, really consider how that will be exercised. As the speaker was saying, who's going to exercise the city's right to vote? Is it the case that one large property owner can take over how that bid is managed and the benefits from that bid? So in my most recent foray into this area, there was a downtown, beautiful. They use the money for clean and safe programs. They use the money for enhanced signage. They use the money for media coverage, all wonderful programs. But then you also get some smaller business owners in there that say, well, we really don't benefit from that. We benefit from mom and pop type of things. So not to put any, cold water on the idea. I think it's a fabulous idea. But I do think as you get closer to how you form it, you might want to give some extra attention to make sure that you don't run into some of those problems. Because when you run into those problems, I can tell you they're politically ugly. They come with lawsuits and a lot of unhappiness. So know that going into it, and I think you'll be fine.
And that's my concern. I don't want this to serve as a double tax on businesses who thank you for stepping up and saying this is what we want to do. But I want to prevent government from taking advantage of you, saying we're going to tax you twice for one service.
When you sell the carousel mall, it'll solve that problem. Just relax.
And
you
I
guys
also want to
have
just mention to
16.
you that this is not a discussion of the P-bid, and so it's just a small component of what you're doing tonight. So remember, it's a special meeting on all the strategies.
Can I just say, I just want to say two things. The city owns about almost 17% of the land in downtown. And so when you guys sell the Carousel Mall, you guys will actually lose enough land that you guys would drop down. And so I'm not saying that as a joke. I'm literally saying you guys, it's not possible what you're saying. And what we need is the city to symbolically say that they approve of the P-bid and are willing to pay for it up front at least. And I'm sure Sonia can explain this more. You guys can get reimbursed from our first collection of taxes. So if the city pays the $40,000 to move forward on it, you can have a clause in there that says you get paid back the $40,000 when we collect our first year of tax. So it comes at no cost to the city, to be honest. And it's symbolic that you guys propose it and approve it because that's how we get the county and the state to get on board with it. So that's it.
And again,
Thank
I
you.
support it. I was just, and I
Those
know
are good
we're getting
questions.
too much into the weeds here because that's not what's on the agenda, but that was just my concern. I don't want you being taxed twice to provide you one service, what, should have been already provided the first time. And so I don't want this to serve as a double tax. I support it. I'm just trying to watch out for what might happen. And so that's what my question was really kind of about.
No,
So I
agreed.
appreciate the information.
Thank you.
And then my final question was on one of the slides, what staff recommends council to provide direction on regarding the investment playbook nerve center. What is the staff, has the staff looked into who is best suited to manage some of that? I would certainly rely much more on staff's recommendation as far as keeping it, in-house or going out to third party. And so I would like to at least find out what staff has found out about that as far as what we should do.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Council Member. I'm Corey Hodges, a management analyst in the City Manager's Office. I've been running the investment playbook. We ran an RFP for a nerve center operator and received some proposals. What we're really asking for you is, if we can bring those proposals back with that type of analysis, external versus internal, what some of the other cities like Buffalo and Erie have done that have worked for them, how it would work operationally.
Thank you. Thank you, council member. Okay, any further questions? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
Just really kind of a comment. Again, I, like everyone else, thank staff for the hard work. I think this is needed. There are some individual things on here that I have a little concern with the fact that we're going to be changing city managers here shortly, and I want to be careful that we aren't putting ourselves in a position to be hiring somebody and basically not having the ability for a new person coming in to be involved, going to be kind of responsible for the implementation for something that we've approved tonight, and that might not agree with everything 100%. And so no one ever agrees 100%, rarely anyway. So those are just some of my concerns, is just, and I agree with my colleague, Mr. Sanchez, that we should maybe go through them individually, these categories, looks like 1 through 6, and kind of go through them almost line item and discuss, not necessarily discuss them a lot, but work towards approval on them. A lot of them can be approved, in my opinion, as a block. So I'm not talking about going through all these individually line items, but at least as sections.
So may I ask my colleagues a question? There are 13 slides. I was going through our slides. So the PowerPoint has staff recommendations, and there's 13. So if we go through each slide, which breaks down the quality of life, a one-stop shop, infrastructure, legislative affairs, et cetera, then would you agree, would the council be amenable to kind of just vote that way, so they just quickly go 13 slides?
I'd like to approve them all, but I feel like there's going to be a motion to that effect first, so.
Councilmember Reynoso, are you motion to? No. So.
Just to formalize this, I guess, I'd like to make a motion to break these up into the, 13 individual slides?
There's 13 individual slides.
Yeah, because there's things that, about 90% of it, if not over that, is something that I really want to go forward with, and there's about 10% I think we either need to wait on or reconsider. So I will make a motion to split up the initiatives into the 13 slides that they're presented in.
It's a motion and a second by Mayor Pro Tem.
Now I have a second substitute motion to approve the staff recommendations as is, lump sum.
Second.
There's a substitute motion to approve as is with the entire recommendation by staff, and seconded by Councilmember Calvin. I'll call for the votes.
Councilmember Sanchez?
This is for the substitute motion?
Yes.
To approve the whole thing in its totality? No.
Councilmember Ibarra?
No.
Councilmember Figueroa? Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, the motion fails. Councilmembers Sanchez, Ibarra, Figueroa.
Madam City Attorney?
Vetoing a substitute motion is really has no consequences.
Let's go back to the original motion of going slide by slide. So the first one is regarding the quality of life that goes over the turf-friendly mini loader. I'm sorry.
Are we taking a vote to separate the motion?
Oh, gotcha. Let's go ahead and take the vote for that.
Councilmember Sanchez?
And this is to split it up so that we can approve as much as we want and bring back
That's
for a future.
correct.
Yeah, I just want to make that clear to everyone. Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Madam City Attorney?
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
No.
Councilmember Alexander?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes 5-2.
Okay, let's go with the first slide, and this is regarding the quality of life, and it has equipment approval, hazard pay, and citywide security contract. Can we call for the votes?
Motion to approve this slide? Is that how we're doing it?
That's correct.
Yeah, I like all of it. The only thing I'd like to change.
It's gonna change.
The only thing I want to change is instead of using the Cultural Development Fund, which you really should save as a cushion for libraries and parks, we should just use general fund money for that. That's the only thing I would change, but I'd approve all, it looks like, what is it, 4, 5 of them? I'd like to approve all of those, except that we use general fund money, not Cultural Development Fund money for any of these line items. So that would be my motion.
Mr. City Manager, is there any concerns about where we allocate the funding? No? Okay. So there's a motion and a second to modify this approval based on where the funds are to be approved, not from the cultural development, but the general fund. Can we call for the votes?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next slide, slide 33, quality of life. And this has the police, quality of life to police department team, park ranger program, homelessness services, sustainability.
Wait, did we just skip one? We just skipped one.
We didn't skip one. This is the next slide.
We haven't done the one-stop shop, right?
We're gonna get there.
Oh, are they? Oh, okay, all right.
Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second.
Wait, so this
This
is.
is the slide number 33, quality of life.
Yeah, this is what the issue with this slide thing, is that this is for the next fiscal year. This isn't for this year. So for us to approve that, we would be approving a budget that we aren't going to approve until next fiscal year. So that's.
this-
Councilmember Sanchez, if I will. Okay, so the intent is to direct staff to make it a priority, to bring it back to you for your consideration, not that you're approving a budget for a future fiscal year.
Well, that's what it is though, right? It's for a future fiscal year.
As a priority to incorporate it in our biennial budget process and bring it back as part of that budget planning process.
So it's just
You're not-
direction. It's just
Yes,
direction.
correct.
You're going to have to approve it formally when it's part of your budget.
Formally, yeah. So I'd like to make a substitute motion. I'd like to include the park ranger program. I guess the seed money, or to really kick off this program, we're going to need 500, and that's for a full fiscal year. If we start this today, we won't need the whole 500,000. But let's go ahead and set aside the $500,000 for the park ranger program. Why wait 6 months if we have the money now? Parks have been a priority. I mean, we're pouring tens of millions of dollars into these parks that include assets that if we can't protect will be destroyed by people coming in. So that's what this park ranger program is intended to do. But in 8 months, you could have all that destroyed unless we kick off this program. So I would still, my motion would be to move forward with the park ranger program this fiscal year and allot the 500,000, 505, and 900. We won't spend all that because it would just be for the remainder of this fiscal year, and include as priorities the quality of life team, the homeless services stability, which is an ongoing cost of $200,000. So everything else to make a priority for the next fiscal year, but at this very moment, move forward with a park ranger program for this fiscal year. So that would be my substitute motion.
If I might ask a question, Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Calvin?
The security that we currently have in place right now, what type of services exactly then are they providing?
Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, I just checked with the chief. I wanted to correct, because what he is, as he pointed out earlier, he's backfilling right now to get started. What he's recommending is that we go forward and approve the quality of life team, because it's going to take him a while to recruit and get people on board. So having that approval now allows him to get started with this.
And currently, we have security on.
Right, and the same goes for the park ranger. It would take us just as much time to recruit for that program as well. For the private security, 10 park locations plus any additional hotspots that have been added to the contract per last council meeting.
So if you
Thank
can
you.
sell us on the park ranger program, because we have some people saying, well, don't we have security for the parks? And so maybe you can explain to us why we should invest in the park ranger program.
I'd be happy to. So private security is after park hours. So right now, private security is really between the times of 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. Our park ranger program would be during the day. So there's still a lot of criminal activity and inappropriate activity happening at our parks. In addition, we have a ton of field allocation abuse with all of our sports fields, and so also our park reservations. So we'll be actually able to have an ambassador in the park ranger program that can go out, make sure the correct people are using the parks the correct way for their intended uses, as well as making sure that we're able to enhance the security and the presence in our programs. And then in addition to that, there's an educational and a community outreach program for any community groups, any of our educators that want to come out and learn about environmental issues that are affecting our parks, as well as anything that they can do to better their community, whether it's through cleanups as well.
Oh, it sounds like a great program. So if I can amend my motion to move forward with the park ranger program, so include that, but also include the line item for the quality of life team. So just so you guys know, these are projections for next fiscal year. So this is for a 12-month period. So if we were to implement these programs now, there's no way we're going to, it's going to cost us that much, because it'll just be for the remainder of the fiscal year. Now, the homeless services sustainability, that's to run our navigation center, which isn't up and running yet. So we can probably hold off on that, because we have no navigation center to spend $2 million a year on.
But I'm, in clarification, once we get started on both the park ranger program as well as the police program, it's going to take them some time, you're right, to get geared up, so they won't spend this amount.
Oh, absolutely
But
not,
at some
yeah.
point in time, they will start spending.
The next
some of this.
fiscal year, yeah.
But no, before the fiscal years, potentially. In terms
Wait,
of
what?
Before the, in the recruitment, if the chief, it starts recruiting for his staff, it's feasible that some of that money will get spent.
Oh, absolutely, it definitely
Yeah.
will, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
So I want to make that available both to the Parks Department and our Police Department. So I would like to set aside the amounts, both lined out there, the 1.5 million as well as the half, 500,000. So for both of those. And I would say the only thing we need to hold off, and correct me if I'm wrong here, is we should hold off on the homeless services sustainability, because that's for our navigation center, which doesn't even exist yet.
That is
So
correct.
is that fine with the council?
One moment. Chief is at the podium. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, if I may, I just want to clarify and make crystal clear that the onboarding process for the police department is anywhere from 10 months to a full year from the time an applicant submits. So it would be important for council to give me the approval to go ahead and start the hiring process if you will approve these positions. The fully burdened rate will not take effect until next fiscal year, potentially. Even if we get folks in the academy, that will be taken care of by salary savings. So it wouldn't affect this fiscal year fully. We wouldn't see it until after everyone's fully out of the academy, which is 6 months, and off of training. So the approval is necessary now, but the full impact won't be felt till the next fiscal year.
Thank you, Chief. Mayor Pro Tem Charette?
I'm okay with all of this, except that the item, and maybe it's me, came in as we were going to approve $5.7 million for this strategic plan. And now we're kind of deviating from that, and we're talking about next year. It's a little bit confusing, is all I'm saying. And to the public that might be reading this, thinking that we're going to be approving the $5.7 million with 3.4 out of the general strategic reserve, 1.7 out of the general fund, and then another $500,000, a little more out of the cultural development fund, which totals the 5.7 million for what was presented as the strategic plan. And now we're talking about next year, and we're going to approve things, but it's going to come back. It's just confusing is all, I think.
Mayor Pro Tem.
And I'm following it as best I can. And I'm all supportive about everything that's here, but I just think once we advertise something that we're gonna be doing, then we kind of change it in the middle of the road, it gets a little confusing. is all.
Understandable, and I probably would suggest that once we decide after these 13 slides, that maybe staff come back at the next regular meeting to
We come
show.
back and summarize it.
Right.
But I want the council to keep in mind that in terms of staffing, this is a 5-year plan. So we're only doing some things this year, some for next year, the following year, because we recognize we can't bite it off, all of it. So we're phasing this in keeping with our great financial guru over here, Barbara, to make sure we can afford it. But we are phasing in. But to your point, Mayor, we will come back and summarize it so, and the council still has opportunity
Thank
to
you.
modify it.
All right. So the motion for this item, there's a motion?
Ms. City Clerk, do you want to read it out, or do you want me to clarify? Yes, so move forward with the quality of life team for the police department and the funding as presented, as well as the park ranger program with the allotted amount as presented. And then hold off on the homeless services sustainability, just because we don't have the navigation center up and running. So we really, if we were to put that money into that account, it would just sit there for a year or until we get the navigation center up and running. So I'd like to move forward with those first two items to begin this fiscal year, which is already better off than what staff had proposed.
Councilmember Calvin?
I'd like to add, us have a substitute motion that we would approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Can we call for the votes for the substitute motion, please?
Councilmember Sanchez?
I just want to clarify. So this is to not fund the park ranger program and not fund the police department's quality of life team?
Councilmember, there's a substitute motion to keep as is.
Oh, okay. Oh, so
just
not,
as is, not to make any
So
changes.
not funded, okay.
No. It's to as staff proposed.
but the thing is, this funding won't happen until next fiscal year.
This is a 5-year strategic plan, sir.
But why wouldn't we start this now if we have the money?
Because we should put the money where it needs to be so we don't worry about it later, Councilman.
I think we need it in our police department.
It's called
and
saving
in
money.
parks.
We don't have to worry about that money. It's there when it's time. Thank you for the plan.
I'd like to protect our city as well as our parks and the investments we're making in our parks, and so that's why I'll be voting against that.
Councilmember, for the police department, quality of life and park ranger, it is proposing that they would be funded for these programs. So as the staff recommendation.
But not for this fiscal year.
So there is a substitute motion to go with the staff's recommendation in a second. Let's go with that.
Just a clarification on my part.
Yes, Councilmember?
The homeless services sustainability, it says beginning fiscal year 26, 27. So the 2 million would just sit there for the next 4,
That is
3, 4 years?
Actually, that's an estimate from Deputy Director Cersey of the shortfall that we will face in the Navigation Center for operations beginning in fiscal year 26, 27. And that is only mentioned here as a transparency item for council, so that you understand a fiscal impact that we anticipate in the quality of life area in 3 years' time. It isn't something that it's saying, hey, this is coming up. You don't have to make a commitment to it at all tonight. That is simply something that we know is coming up.
But it's good for us to know.
In approving it, you're saying, we're aware of it, we're committing to it, because if we
Correct.
build the Navigation Center, basically we're committing to funding it as a council and as a staff, but we wouldn't want, and we wouldn't feel, it wouldn't feel correct to build a Navigation Center and say, oh, by the way, we've known about this $2 million shortfall, and we just didn't tell you.
And just so for clarification, because I think there could be a little confusion, what the staff's recommending for the Quality of Life Police Department team and for the Park Ranger program is funding these programs. So the staff recommendation is to fund it, not to not fund it, because I think Councilmember Sanchez thinks that it's not going to fund it. Is that
The difference, if I can, because I believe, from my understanding, the difference between Councilmember Sanchez's recommendation and staff's recommendation is that the police department would begin recruitment and hiring, which impacts next fiscal year. Same, so that's the same. Park Ranger program would be funded immediately, so they would begin recruitment and hiring now, which takes time, but possibly less time than the police department. So that impact would be in this fiscal year rather than the staff recommendation, which would impact next fiscal year. They would not begin recruitment and hiring in the staff recommendation until next fiscal year.
And I know I'm belaboring the point, but I think it's really, can I?
Councilmember Sanchez?
And either way, we are committing to the homelessness sustainability.
The police chief and our parks director both said, look, we cannot start to recruit for these positions, which will take almost a year, if not over a year, to fill on a promise that in 6 months, when we start going through the budget, that we will prioritize this. If we set this money aside now, they can start to recruit so that they have park rangers and police officers 10, 12, 14 months from now. But they cannot start the recruiting process that takes that long until they have a solid, this is what we're funding. Because this right here doesn't allow them, this right here does not allow the police chief or Liddy to start recruiting for a park ranger or for a police quality of life team, because it's just a promise. We can renege on that and say, hey, finances didn't turn out, we're not going to fund these positions. And then where is the chief and where is Liddy going to be if they started recruiting for these positions? So these positions, again, will not be filled, regardless, if we approve this today, will not be filled for another 8, 10, 12 months, maybe 14 months. But if we approve my proposal, they can start recruiting now for those positions.
Mr. City Manager, can you please turn on your mic?
Let me try another crack. Your motion, as I understand it, would approve the first and the second item. That way they have some certainty that they can go ahead and start recruiting, and if by some miracle they're able to move that faster and bring people aboard, they've got money to go ahead and do it. If they don't, the money's still there. So that's it. But the second piece of that, and the substitute, it says the $2 million for the homeless is we are going to commit right now, up front, that we're going to do this. Now, so that a year from now, council can say, well, we changed our mind and we thought about it, we've got something else we want to do with that $2 million. You're making that decision now, even though it's not spent, you're making a commitment now that we're going to commit this $2 million.
Right, and isn't that what we're saying about the quality of life team too?
Yes, exactly.
So the vote that we make now, if we follow your recommendation,
Yes.
it holds that in place.
That's correct.
Can I get, no. Can I get confirmation from the HR director, our police chief, or our parks director? That is not the case. We cannot start hiring on a promise that the council will make this a priority next budget cycle. You cannot. I mean, we have people here who know that. If staff can go up and explain, that would be good.
Mr. City Manager.
You need this approved so you can, so, yes.
Sonia, what do we need to do immediate to satisfy the hiring urgency requirement, but also allocating the homelessness? What does that look like?
Correct.
Is that just it? Is that the motion?
Because isn't the staff
homelessness was missing,
recommendation?
was why I made this up.
Okay, so you're trying to marry the future budget priority with a council member's desire to say, go get started now, right?
But
That's
also
what you're
committing the
trying to
$2
do.
million for the homelessness effort.
And he still wants to do that. So I think you just clearly make that motion.
Yeah,
and you give that direction. And as long as you're also saying that the money can be, other sources of money can be used, available funds can be used for those efforts, then I think that you've accomplished your goal. Don't let the form have more measure over the substance of what you're trying to achieve. Just tell us what you want to achieve and let your professional staff make it happen for you.
Thank you.
Right?
So
And
sounds
if we
like-
need approval, we'll seek your approval. But if that is your goal, then state what you want and add to your motion, and when we authorize staff to take measures that are necessary to make these things happen.
That's what I did.
I'll
That's, I
retract
don't
my
know
second.
what you guys heard. That's exactly what I did.
Okay.
I'll retract
Councilmember,
my second and make a
so-
substitute motion to that effect, to allocate the money for Quality of Life Police Department team effective immediately to speed up recruitment, as well as the Park Ranger program, as well as allocating the $2 million for the homelessness initiatives and for our navigation center for the fiscal year that it should be spent.
Second.
Thank you.
So that, just to clarify, that's for this fiscal year on options. Go ahead, options 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
Go ahead, this fiscal year.
Yes.
That was my motion originally.
Okay.
So how is that going to impact us financially?
Madam City Clerk, can you just repeat what, Councilmember Reynoso, can you clarify for Madam City Clerk to call for the votes?
So yes, exactly what Councilmember Sanchez had originally proposed, plus the allocation of the $2 million now. That's what was lacking, was why the motion was made.
Okay, so what I have from his original motion is to prioritize the Park Ranger Program Quality of Life Police Department team for this fiscal year with the allotted amounts presented, and the change would be approving the Homeless Services Sustainability Program.
Commitment of $2 million for fiscal year 26-27.
So like in 2 years, it'll come before us.
Okay, Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Reynoso.
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin.
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, council members. Whoa, moving on to slide 34, and this is the one-stop shop. Do we have a?
Move to
mo-
approve staff recommendation.
There's a motion by Councilmember Sanchez,
Second.
second by Councilmember Reynoso. Please call for the votes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra.
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Reynoso.
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin.
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes
Thank you, council
unanimously.
members. Next slide, 35, staff recommendation, infrastructure. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Yeah.
There's a motion and a second.
I was going to second.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra.
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Reynoso.
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin.
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion
Thank you,
passes
council members.
unanimously.
Slide 36, staff recommendation, legislative affairs. Is there a
Motion to
motion?
approve.
Second.
There's a motion and second.
I'd
was
like
the
to make a
second?
substitute motion.
Who is the second?
So we need the federal advocacy contract. We need a state advocacy contract. I think we need a contract manager out of the current staff out of our city manager's office. We don't need to be setting aside. We have department heads who have 30 contracts that they're contract managers for. I don't want to bring in someone who's just going to manage these 2 contracts when we have more than capable people in our city manager's office, especially at that price tag.
No,
I
we
know-
don't. No, we don't.
Mr. City Manager, could you respond to that?
We do not have, I'm lost when you say we have people managing contracts.
No. We went from, I don't know, 3 people in the city manager's office to 8. We have more than capable people. I mean, William impressed the hell out of all of us. Corey's pretty good.
Yes.
Corey as well. All the staff. And so I think that they need to be handling this contract. They are already familiar with the city. We don't need to be spending nearly $300,000. What is it? What's the year, a fiscal year cost for the?
But are you,
Yeah.
can I ask a question?
So I'd like to go with both the federal and state advocacy contracts, but I will hold off on the legislative and government affairs manager. So my substitute motion would be to fund the $125,000 for federal advocacy, the $125,000 for state advocacy, and hold off right now on the government and legislative and government affairs manager. for
Councilmember,
at
we
least this
just
fiscal year.
heard from the city manager's office, and the city manager just stated, we do not have that within our office. We do not have that on our staff. So how are you going to go against what the city manager just stated that we do not have? Yes, while we do have some extremely competent, I've worked with them, I've been on trips with them to DC and to Sacramento, yes, but they are also stretched. We need this person inside of City Hall to be able to concentrate solely on the contracts, the grants that we are leaving on the table, and that being their entire focus.
Thank you, council member. Mr. City Manager?
Yeah. I would add, I think it was Councilman Figueroa, I believe, who expressed concern earlier about the outside contractors, and there was no accountability for those folks. And maybe, I'm not sure, it's Councilwoman Ibarra, part of the problem is you need somebody who's going to supervise those two contracts. Make sure that the legislative platform, your agenda, is prepared, that they are briefing you, that they're making sure these people are doing what they're supposed to be doing, getting you back to Washington. We do not have that expertise. I'm sorry. William and Corey do a great job, but they're not legislative managers. No disrespect. They do, but
Jeff
that's not
does
their
a great
forte.
job, too.
That's not their forte.
But that's why we would hire these industry experts.
But they're
That's why we would
outside.
hire these industry experts at the federal and state level.
But
That's
they're
why
gonna
otherwise, why are we paying the $125,000? If we
They're
could
gonna
just
be
have
in
one
Washington.
person in-house who can do that advocacy for us, why would we bring two outside contracts in, and then now they have to be supervised by someone internally? At least I don't feel comfortable with it right now, especially with that cost of $173,000 per year to manage two contracts. So I would hold off on that. We need the advocacy, and that's why I would want, my substitute motion would be to approve both contracts for state and federal advocacy, but I'd like to hold off on the affairs manager.
Well, Madam Mayor,
Your mic. Mr. City Manager, your mic.
as I said earlier, you vote and I don't, but I simply advise you in the strongest possible terms, you will lose millions of dollars because we are not internally making contact, establishing partnerships with our local representatives in Washington and in Sacramento. We get requests all the time. You probably get the calls as well saying, where's Reno? How come you haven't responded to a request? Why aren't you in Sacramento lobbying? Why aren't your legislative folks in Washington, your mayor, your council members? Your contractors don't do that. And I'm just saying you need somebody who is in this building watching out for your interests.
I mean, in that case, you should probably bring back some sort of in-house rep that would go out and do that on our behalf then.
That is what's being proposed,
I'm saying as
Councilmember.
opposed to the contracts, and what good are the $250,000 a year contracts worth?
It's up to you. I mean,
Okay.
just say-
Oh, that's my substitute
Whatever
motion.
you call, whatever. I'll live with whatever.
Seeing no second, we probably got to go back to the original. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Just for public's clarification, what are we voting on?
Staff's
recommendation.
So to fund all three positions, or the two contracts and the position, and the legislative position? Okay, yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa? Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, council members. Next staff recommendation, economic development. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Please call for the vote.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Hey, I'm doing the people's work. This one right here has no ongoing cost, right? This is just initiatives that we want to, all right,
Yes.
yeah. Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa? Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes
Thank you, council
unanimously.
members. Next staff recommendation, strategic staffing in the economic development department staffing.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and second.
Councilmember Sanchez?
No, I'd like to make a substitute motion. I don't think we need to be creating this department literally a month before we're going to have new leadership at the top. It also comes with a pretty profound financial impact to the city. This doesn't include, that number right there, that's not even that 459,000, that's for the remainder of this fiscal year. Ongoing costs are nearly $1 million a year for a couple more staffers to create a new department. And I'm not ready to move forward with that, especially considering we'll have new leadership in the city pretty soon. So I'd like to hold off on that one for now. So my substitute motion would be to not approve any of these staff recommendations for budgeting.
Is this creating an economic development department? Yes. A department?
Mayor Mike, Mr. City Manager.
It's a department.
It's separating what was included in the Community and Economic Department and removing that and making it independent department.
And you're creating a department, so now we would have another director with staff.
That would report directly to the city manager.
That reports directly to the city manager.
Right.
That would
Mr.
solely
City Manager, can you please share why the need?
Thank you.
Look at downtown.
Your mic.
I would say, look at downtown. We do not have sufficient resources to do 3 critical things that's going to change the look of our downtown. One is we lack resources to get out and to recruit the businesses that we need to bring here. We complain about the types of businesses, whether they are I won't go there. And the quality of those businesses and why they're here, they don't meet our standards. I'm saying let's be proactive and get out and attract those kind of businesses that we want to come to the city. Make it important that they know what we're doing. So that's number one. The second is a person who is going to work exclusively with our existing businesses. Our businesses are struggling. We need to have somebody out there working with them, finding out what the issues are, supporting them, helping them to expand, helping them stay here and not move to Riverside or other places. We need that kind of resources. We need to show that we are investing in our existing businesses. That's what this person does. The third one is special events. There are millions of dollars. Go to Riverside, go to Ontario. In fact, Ontario is stealing some of our events. And I'm just saying, that's a crime. We can build extensive art festivals, other events here, music festivals, you name it, that generate significant money, millions of dollars. We need to create a destination, a draw for people. All this does is allow our families and our visitors to come downtown. Right now, we don't have anything downtown. And I'm simply saying this is an investment. It's an investment in the future of this community.
A question.
What my issue is
Councilmember,
creating I'm sorry.
Councilmember Ibarra, followed by Councilmember Alexander.
Yes, so on this department, what we're looking at is a director and 3 managers with 1 administrative assistant, based off of this. I'm looking at the attachment number 4 of the agenda packet, and under economic development, you have economic development and special events. You would need probably 2 managers. One director, 2 managers, not the 3rd manager.
One director and the 2 managers for the outreach and for the business.
Because I kind of feel like this would be almost like the ombudsman in a way also, because if you're going to have somebody going out to the businesses in the city and talking to them, that's what the ombudsman would be doing also.
That's for the ombudsman is for the permitting process. So when somebody comes in and they complain, they call you and say, why is it taking so long to get my permit? Why is this person holding me up? This ombudsman is to represent the city in dealing with our business who want to expand and grow.
Okay, so
It's
can
a
you,
different- it's
can
a
you tell
different
me
skill
on,
set.
can you tell me on why 3 managers though, under 1 director and 1 administrative assistant? Can you tell me why I should support 3 managers?
Well, I mean, you're talking about a working department director.
It
who's go-
says, yeah, it says Director of Economic Development.
Right,
Plus 3 Economic Development
Right, yes.
managers.
Mhm.
So, can we
And
justify
again-
the 3 managers?
Yeah, one, again, for special events, the other for outreach to our business, and the third one is going out and recruiting. It's a recruitment manager,
For 62 square miles of city.
yes. And it's not just downtown, well, and it's not just downtown. We have other areas in the city that are prime for development. And so part of it's downtown, part of it in these other wards that we need to be looking at and examining, saying, how can we help these wards?
Like
and
a
promote
bank
the
in
kind
the
of
west
businesses
side.
that are deficient. I'm sorry?
Groceries and banks.
Groceries.
In certain
Restaurants.
wards, yes.
But, you know.
That was my only question,
No, no,
because
no,
I
and
wanted
let me give
justification.
you-
I didn't see it
let
here
me-
on the.
Let me point something out if I can. One of the successes that many communities have, and I know this, is you would be surprised the number of businesses out there, let's just say they're in Riverside, say they're in Ontario. There have been many occasions when I've had staff go knock on a door in another city because we find out they're successful. They're a huge draw. And we go over there, call the manager up and say, hey, can we go meet with you? Sure. And we sit down and talk and say, hey, have you thought about coming, say to San Bernardino? No, I really haven't really thought about that. Why not? Well, nobody has approached me to it, or maybe it's gonna cost too much, or maybe the process, permitting process takes me 3 years, and I don't wanna go through that. Well, tell you what, we've got a parcel here for you. We can help you with a revolving loan. We can streamline and provide some assistance. We've got a P-bid that's there. Those are kinds of things that when you talk to business, say, maybe I'll reconsider it. And the reason I know that is because I've done that.
I just
It
hope
works.
it works, because I've talked to several outside businesses, for example, and they present me with their market analysis, and when they see the market in the area, they refuse to come into the city. So,
Yeah.
can the audience please be respectful to us?
We even have businesses in this city that you're able to talk to that may want to open a second business downtown or
And I'm-
someplace else.
And I'm sorry to our audience, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but we are trying to have a conversation here for moving the city forward. I would appreciate some respect, thank you.
Okay. Please not be disruptive. That's a warning. If you are, we'd ask you to leave. Okay, Councilmember, is that, did city manager
Yeah,
answer your
I just
questions?
wanted to
No,
get that
and-
picture of why the 3 managers and 1 administrative. Thank you.
And they are legitimate questions, and you deserve to ask them. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Alexander?
Yeah, I just don't want to create more lines of bureaucracy, right? And so you're trying to create, and you need council's approval to create another department by the charter, right? I don't got a problem with the people. I have a problem with the department and creating another line of bureaucracy that they have to deal with. So why can't these people just be folded in to the existing structure of the city?
The reason for that, and I'll go back to the structure as it is and was, and as I said, you have 4 separate departments underneath CED. You got housing, as I said, you got code, you got planning, and you got economic development. 1 supervisor, and this has been proven, that's why, in my opinion, we've had issues with Carousel Mall. That's why some of the other issues are, because 1 director cannot manage those major functions. You need somebody who spends nothing but 24 hours 7 focused on economic development and gearing their staff to go get things done. If you dilute them, they're going to spend time in housing, they'll be spending time in planning, they'll be spending time in, whatever, code enforcement. Put somebody in charge of this that focuses on this like a laser, and that's what they do, and that's all they do.
Thank you. Councilmember Calvin?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Mr. City Manager, I appreciate your comments as well. And I've learned these things over the last 2 years and 9 months by traveling to other cities and going to conferences and speaking with other council members and seeing how they run, how they operate their cities. And one thing that I have learned is that with a city of our size, it is extremely difficult for us to move anything forward when we have one director who doesn't have any managers underneath him, moving our city forward, economic developmentally. I've had to push so many projects forward on my own or ask for, you're just pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. But the reason why is because we just don't have enough staff to serve a 62 square mile city. But if you look at it, hiring 3 managers will give 1 manager to 2 wards in this city so that you are able to get more attention and be able to be assisted, given some information. When I asked for a strategic plan for Ward 6, it does not come through the way it does in other cities. When I go to Riverside and speak to their council, they have a strategic marketing plan for their ward this thick. But in ours, we get a 1-pager. That is not sufficient. That is not adequate. So we need to have this individualized attention, and that will be 1 manager plus 2.5 wards. We can get this done.
Well, and I've, just in this meeting alone, I had one of the speakers come up to me and say, we've got huge vacant land in one of the wards that is prime for development, not downtown, but nobody's focusing on it. It's an opportunity. And I don't mean to be facetious, but, I keep saying, just look downtown. Look where we are. And I'm just saying it needs help. And in order to get help, you need resources. I used to joke with the previous council when I was here, it's like Groundhog Day, because you keep waking up and the same old thing you're repeating over and over again. And I'm saying, let's stop that.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor and a second. Please call for the vote.
So I'll make the substitute motion to not approve these for this fiscal year. In fact, I'll make a motion to continue the item.
You already did substitute and it didn't move forward, so we're going with the
We did?
substitute.
We took a vote on a substitute motion, it didn't go forward?
No, your original motion did not have a second, so it's not going to move.
We didn't vote on that. It's a different motion. That was a federal advocacy. This is a different one. Nobody
So, Madam
seconded
City Clerk?
I didn't hear a second for the motion to deny staff.
to continue the item. I'll make a substitute motion to continue the item to November.
Madam City Attorney.
We're going to have to, was there an original motion on this item? It died for lack of a second?
No, the original,
Let's say, make sure that the clerk answer the question. Was there an original motion?
yes, to approve staff's recommendation. And the substitute motion made by Councilmember Sanchez was to deny staff's recommendation. I did not hear a second.
Well, there wasn't a
Well,
second.
there wasn't a
for it.
second?
Substitute motion.
There is a difference. So I understand there was a motion on the floor to approve the staff recommendation. There was a substitute motion to not approve the staff recommendation, but it died for lack of a second. Is that correct? Okay. Huh? Well, you can entertain a substitute motion if there is a second for it at the discretion of the chair. It's up to you.
So my substitute motion will be to continue this item to a future date.
But then there's 2 substitute motions. We need to go back.
Because there is no substitute motion because it died for a lack of
It
a second.
died. So now we need to go back to the original.
No, you can have, remember under your rules, you can have multiple motions. So there's an original motion on the floor. A substitute motion can be made. One substitution was made and it died for lack of a second. A new substitute motion can be made and see whether there's a second.
And that was done. The substitute motion was to continue. Councilmember Charette
No,
seconded.
the substitute motion, if the first one died for lack of a second, the new substitute motion would have to be made by someone different.
And I'll second.
Why would we do this? I'm going to need clarification from them. No, why would we stop why would we not staff an economic development office? Why would we not do that? I need my colleagues, they should have to answer to the public. Why would we do that? Why would we do that?
If you'd like an answer, I'd be willing to. Okay, I'll go ahead and give an answer. We're adding $1 million to add 4 managers and an office assistant. I'm not sure how they're going to manage that.
That's
When
called
you have 4
accountability, council member. We just need to invest into it so we can hold them accountable to
Well,
drive results.
we also need engineers for bridges, streets, sidewalks.
That's
We
included
also
in
need-
this.
We also need city planners.
Engineer,
all
that's
included.
included too. That's included in the plan too.
Not here, it's not. Not here, it's not.
Not here.
Let's go, this is what we're
Can we call for the
voting on.
votes? We already have a substitute motion and a second. Please call for the votes.
This is on the substitute motion to continue, made by Councilmember Charette, seconded by Councilmember Sanchez. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
No.
Councilmember Figueroa? Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Reynoso?
No.
Councilmember Calvin?
No.
Councilmember Alexander?
Nay.
We go back to the original motion. Please call for the votes.
Mayor, if I may ask, the public really is not contributing to our ability to conduct our business this evening, and it's not helping the situation as we're trying to hear these motions. So I'd just like to ask if our public could just please be respectful of our process. I know it's difficult. We understand how they feel. They all had an opportunity to speak. We need to move this along.
Thank you. All right, please call for the motion, the votes. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Sanchez?
No.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa? Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimous. Sorry, not unanimous.
No, there's two,
Motion passes
5-2.
5-2.
Thank you, council members. Next, staff recommendation, strategic staffing. This is under animal control. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
There's a second. Please call for the votes.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa? Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you, council members. Next, staff recommendation, strategic staffing. This is in the city manager's office.
Move to approve.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a second.
Substitute motion, move to continue.
I'll second.
Yeah, that's nearly $300,000 a year for an assistant city manager. And I'd like to wait till we have new leadership on board. They're going to be on
We
in
have
a month.
100% fund balance at the moment, council member. 100% fund balance.
And every city our size has a second assistant city manager. If we talk about efficiency, and yet we're not going to put our money where our mouth is with just a second. Everybody on this dais knows how hard Eddie works. Everybody. And we don't want to give her any assistance because of what? I mean, I am advocate about making the city run more efficiently, and this makes the city run more efficiently. We approve everything, but we're not going to fund where it applies most, which is the assistant city manager portion. Come on, guys. Come on. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. There's a motion and a substitute motion and a substitute second to continue. Please call for the votes.
On the motion to continue the item, Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa? Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Councilmember Reynoso?
No.
Councilmember Calvin?
No.
Councilmember Alexander?
No.
Motion passes 4-3.
Madam City Attorney, am I able to veto this? Yes.
Understand that the regular motion is there, so it's the equivalent of it, right? I mean,
I'd like to go ahead and veto and go back to the original motion.
well, but you can go back to the original motion anyway if
We'll
it
see.
fails. Yeah. Yeah, if it passed, you can veto it and it would go back. I'm sorry, it failed. I thought it failed. Okay. So you can veto a motion on that was an action. That's not a procedural issue, so that you can veto the action
I'd
itself.
like to veto that.
Okay?
So it goes back to staff's recommendation?
Staff's recommendation.
No. You can't compel the council to do something. You can prevent the council from hiring the city manager or an assistant city manager, but you can't compel, you can't compel the council to approve us approving that city manager position.
It's the motion itself. So what is the motion now that's on the floor? What is because you had a substitute motion, right? Your substitute motion passed and the mayor vetoed that action. Okay? So if that action is vetoed, it's going to go back to the original motion.
Which is the staff's recommendation?
Staff recommendation. You still have the opportunity to vote on that, and I suspect I know how that vote's going to go, which is the point I was trying to make, but let's go with the vote. Right.
All right, so on the motion to approve staff's recommendation, Councilmember Sanchez,
No.
Councilmember Ibarra,
No.
Councilmember Figueroa, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
The motion fails.
All right, next is the staff recommendation, strategic staffing for the Housing and Homeless Division.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Please call for the votes.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa? Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, council members. Next staff recommendation is strategic staffing for the Parks Department.
Move to
Move to approve. Second.
There's a motion, second. Please call for the votes.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa? Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next staff recommendation, strategic staffing for the Planning Division. Please, there's the motion.
Motion to approve?
Is there a
Second.
second? Is there a second? Oh, Councilmember Calvin seconded. Please call for the votes.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa? Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, council members. And the last staff recommendation, strategic staffing for the Public Works. Is there a
Motion to
motion?
approve.
Second.
There's a motion, second. Please call for the votes.
I ran out. Can you take some?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa? Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion approved.
Thank you, council members. Okay. The meeting is now
Wait.
adjourned. I'm sorry.
What about the P-bid? You guys want to do the P-bid?
We did the P-bid.
That was up.
Yeah, but it didn't come in with any funding attached, so it doesn't do
Move
us
to
any good.
recommendation to $39,000 to do the P-bid.
Is that the total cost to initiate? Wait,
Yeah.
one second.
Yeah, that's the cost, $39,000.
Excuse me, what
It's
agenda?
40,000?
Madam City Attorney?
$39,000.
Number 4.
Is that for the whole amount?
Yeah, $39,000.
I think if this is going to be in many ways, a public-private partnership, we should front half of it. The private sector should front half.
May I ask a point of order? I'm looking at strategic initiatives, item number 4, recommendations 1, 2, and 3. To which are you referring?
The one with the P-bid, where is that?
That's on page 37. Staff recommendation, council provide the following direction: property and business improvement district formation.
Oh, is that
I'd
the
just
one?
like to ask staff if they can clarify for purposes of the Brown Act where we can identify where that is.
So the
Thank
P-bid.
The
you.
recommendation? I'm just looking for the recommendation.
In the economic development portion.
That was rejected? That was approved or rejected? I'm just trying to look for
No,
clarification.
in the initiatives prior to the staffing.
So it was already approved?
There was no funding approved for the item.
Correct.
That's why I
And then-
moved that we approve $39,000. That's why I made a motion.
And I am asking where in your report is the request that you approve the $39,000?
Oh, I see, it's not in there. This will have
Do
to
you
show up at a
understand what
future
I'm
meeting.
trying to do?
I see
I'm
now.
trying to
Sorry.
comply with the Brown Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Mr. City Manager? So, Mr. Manager, you would be willing to put that on the next agenda?
Yes.
For the council to approve?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, the meeting's adjourned at 10.
Don't we have one more to retitle all our directors? Staff recommendation to provide direction on the following, retitling the departments back to directors?
I'm sorry, said, we missed one?
No, this is retitling directors, from agency directors
Thank you,
back to the
Councilmember.
directors.
Oh,
Mr. City Manager? Yes.
So in terms of the actions that you were taking tonight, there were 3 items, right? To adopt the resolution to amend the budget, which you have not done. So there would need to be a motion
Council members, will you
we
motion
address-
based on
to
the?
adopt
Can
the
I-
resolution.
But since that resolution to adopt the budget has been so modified by all of their actions this evening, could we bring that back as a consent calendar so it's
For the next
absolutely
meeting.
clear to the community and we're not doing that tonight and then
Okay.
making up changes?
That
Thank
That'd be
you.
my recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Council, are you good with that?
No, I'm still, staff recommendation to provide council direction on the following issues, to retitle the agency directors back to regular directors. That's my move, yeah, that's my
Second.
motion.
I'll second that.
There's a motion second to reclassify the agency directors to
To
directors.
retitle.
There's a motion and second to reclassify the agency directors to directors.
May I ask where that is?
It's on the very last.
Is it on this, is it merely on a slide or is it part of the record? There it is. Got it, okay.
Page 44.
I get it now, yeah, got
Okay,
it.
got it.
So when you made that motion for public works staffing, you just left that off and you're asking us to go back and revisit that?
Right, so go
Correct,
back to.
I see, yeah.
And the city manager also spoke about it also. Those were more like
Yeah.
county titles and not municipality titles.
That is the staff recommendation on slide 44.
Right.
So it's on there, and that was approved by the council.
Okay.
Okay.
So the answer is, I think it was already approved when they approved slide 44.
Yes, so that was approved with the reclassification
You
of the
say
agency
so.
directors.
You say so, I just don't want it to slip.
Anything else, council members, before I adjourn the meeting? Okay, the meeting's adjourned at 10:05 PM. The next joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the Mayor and City Council acting as the successor agency to the redevelopment agency will be held on October 4th, 2023 at the Feldheim Central Library located at 555 West 6th Street, San Bernardino, California, 92401. Closed session will begin at 5:30. Open session will begin at 7 PM. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, council members, and those who attended this meeting. Thank you so much. Have a good night.